Angus was born and raised in Northern California and attended Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma, where he's a member of the livestock judging team that saw great success throughout the year and was named the All-American team. Tell you more about Graham as we move to the show. Our first class on the Hereford side will be Class 760, Horn Spring Heifer Calves. First class, 3 entries. There is a scratch in the Class 718 and an addition 716. Once again, Class 760 Horn Spring Heifer Calves born May 2nd through May 25th, 2019 to lead things off on the Hereford side. Over on that Junior Angus Heifer Show, our judge is Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. She's a graduate from Oregon State University. Amanda and her 2 sisters grew up showing Angus cattle and steers as well. They competed on the national level as well. Amanda now is at home where her and her husband own and operate a custom farming business. She also helps with her family's farm and their purebred Angus cattle operation. Our judge from Chowchilla, California, Amanda Schnorr. Our first class on the Angus Junior Show will be class number 2. Birth dates range from June 5th through July 4th, 2019. Once again, welcome to Denver. 114th National Westerns. We get underway here with the Junior Angus Heifer Show and our Hereford Junior Show. We are webcasting live on the internet at NWSS.com, so if you have friends or family around the state and eastern globe who'd like to watch all the livestock shows here in the stadium arena and other shows across the campus, go to NWSS.com. Also want to take just a moment here and thank our Stadium Arena sponsors for both our shows and all the shows here in the historic Stadium Arena. They include Saunders Construction, locally founded in 1972, now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the state of Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit www.saundersinc.com for information on career opportunities. Also want to thank John Deere. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer. Also want to thank Big Bubba's. When you get the urge for some great food while you're here at the National Western, check out the South Food Court. You'll find mouth-watering ribs at Big Bubba's Bad Barbecue, everything garlic at Garlicki's, and juicy hamburgers with all the fixings at Good Old Burger. Great service and great food. Thanks, Big Bubba's. And new this year, a sponsored Colorado Farm Show, proud to support the National Western. They invite you to attend the 56th Colorado Farm Show, coming up at the end of the month, January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Regional Park in Greeley. The theme this year is just like last year. We just couldn't come up with something better. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. Check out the Colorado Farm Show brochures available ringside in the stands, or come up to the announcer stand and grab one. We also have some great bumper stickers with our theme on it. You can check out complete details and visit and check out and view a brochure online at coloradofarmshow.com. Hope to see you in Greeley coming up at the end of the month for the Colorado Farm Show. Thanks once again to Colorado Farm Show, Big Bubba's, John Deere, and Saunders Construction, our Stadium Arena sponsors this year.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, on the Hereford side. And as we start in with our first class of horn females, a lot of quality represented. The young ladies heifer that leads off the class is the one that puts the most together just in terms of the fundamentals. Structural integrity, body mass, and dimension. I'll be the first to admit she's probably a little far along from a condition standpoint at this stage of the game for me. But I think this is the heifer that still balances the best. She gets around the ring with the most comfort and flexibility, and without a doubt, the boldest in her rib design. The heifer that comes in second, I'll be the first to admit this one's more my speed on the standstill. I love the way that her neck and her head attachment ties into the top shoulder of her blade. I love the way that this female on the standstill gives us a look of balance. To me, it's when we set her in motion that structurally sorts her second. She's too upright in the angle of her shoulder for me. I'd like to just refine her in terms of her hock. She gets a little sharp in regards to the placement of her hock set and a little off in her loin. But boy, this one's got a tremendous look and a lot of quality for that young lady. The heifer that comes in third Here's one the young man has that has some length and scale, one that certainly has plenty of performance for her age. To me, this one just gives up some of the balance and the eye appeal of the females that precede her. She, too, gets a little more upright in the angle of her shoulder compared to the two females that precede her. A really nice class of females to start off our horn show. Folks, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Well, good morning over here on the Angus show. Looking forward to an exciting day, and I think we'll probably slow down in places what needs to slow down and really take time for these young people to give them the chance for me to evaluate their cattle. Today, I'm pretty pumped. I'm pretty excited. There's always those nerves, but looking forward to seeing good cattle. And when the first class came out, it just tells me what the day is going to look at, because from top to bottom, these are just good cattle. I think personal preference is going to come into play a lot today in terms of what I like to see in cattle and what I prefer in terms of Angus cattle. And the female that starts the class, I think one, maybe pushing the condition. These are young heifers, and I'll be the first to admit we probably can harden her up just a little bit. But a heifer that has the extra length inside and the extra length to her hip, she takes a big, long stride when you set her in motion. If you want to pick on her and say she maybe has a nickel more shoulder, I wouldn't argue with you. I think she does. But I like the body shape and the depth that she has. Still really good about her head and through her throat latch. Just would like to change the way that shoulder lays into her to really make her competitive. I'll be the first to admit I like stout cattle, and I like ones that are big-topped and big-ended, and this one is. I love the mass that this one has. I love the shape to her center body and her depth. I just question how big this one's going to get. She's maybe a little more compact. I guess for this stage of the game, I'd like to lengthen her out through her hip, make her handle that hawk and pastern just a nickel more than what she does. One that's probably one of the better fronted ones is the one that comes in third. Really neat-headed, really good in through her neck and her shoulder. Just really smooth. I guess when you compare to those top two, gives up the extra mass, and then if you watch her go away, she kind of wants to duck out them pins and maybe not as comfortable out her hip and hind leg, but one from her midrib forward, just love how feminine featured she is. These bottom two are close. I think you could do a lot of different things in terms of how you wanted to sort it. I think the young man's heifer is a little more fresher through her head and her throat latch. I think this one has a little more top shape right behind her blade, a little more upper rib cage, maybe not as massive as the young lady's heifer, but when you set that one in motion, we need to change them rear two to get her to go just a nickel better. Stout, powerful one that rounds out the class. And I hate to put brood cows this good and with this much quality at the bottom, but I think we just need to trim her down. Pushing a little too much condition, and you'll probably hear me say that a lot in these heifers. I think they just need to be a little fresher, a little more youthful, but sure, a stout, powerful, massive one to round out that class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Very competitive all the way through.
Catch you up on results here. Over in the Hereford side, the Horn Spring Heifer Calves, Class 761A is in the ring. Here's the results on 760. First place, 724. That is Addison Owensby, Folsom, New Mexico, and Peyton Owensby, Folsom, New Mexico. Second is a write-in in your program, 716, Madison and Megan DeWar from Bakersfield, California. In third, 723, Hans and Jens Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. The scratch was 718. Once again in the ring, 761A, Horn Spring Heifer Calves, born April 1st through April 28th, 2019, with our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Back over on the Angus side, the junior show. In the ring will be Class 3, just in front of our first division championship with our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. This is Class number 2. First place, 360, or this is Class number 3. Here's the results on Class 2. First place, 360. That would be Cass William Kleeman from Bramer, Missouri. Second, 358, Tyler Musgrave, Willow Hill, Illinois. Third, 359, Jace Ware, Lithia, Florida. And fourth, 356, Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Fifth, 361, Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. And your programs, the placings for that first class, Class number 2, 42315. 42315. In the ring, Class 3 once again. Just in front of our Summer Heifer Calf Division Championship with our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Back over the Hereford Junior Show, Judge Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Tell a little bit more about him. He also attended Texas A&M University, where he's a member of the 2012 judging team. High individual overall at the North American International Livestock Exposition in Louisville, Kentucky. Graham graduated from Texas A&M with a bachelor's in animal science before going to work for a purebred seed stock marketing company. In January 2017, Graham started his own seed stock marketing business, Innovation Ag Marketing, LLC, a progressive consultation and marketing firm that represents a variety of different breeds and breeders across the nation. In addition to that, Graham serves as a marketing representative and consultant for several purebred operations in the United States and in Canada, too. Graham and his wife, Casey, live in Spring Hill, Kansas, just south of Kansas City, where his wife, Casey, works for Merck Animal Health as a swine marketing manager. Graham and his family continue to raise and market purebred Hereford cattle in both the states of California and in Kansas. Our judge, once again, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, an exceptional set of heifer calves as we continue in our horn show, when the young man's heifer that leads off this class, I think, puts the most good together. In terms of structural advantages, look, balance, and eye appeal, this female fits the bill. I think in terms of her condition, she's right where I'll be looking for them today. She's fresh. She's one that's not past her prime for a calf this age, and I think you just really have to appreciate the genuine turn to her rib design, the squareness to her pin set, and yet still she is so attractive through that front 1/3. She's probably not the tallest at the point of her shoulder of the heifers in this class, but this is the one that best fits me just in terms of the basics with the extra bells and whistles. Congratulations to this young man. The heifer that comes in second, one that's very attractive up to that front 1/3. I love the way that this female ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder, and still she gets around the ring with comfort and flexibility. To me, she just gives up the extra body mass and density through the middle portion of her rib design as our class winner, and I do think that this heifer's probably a shot further along in her condition than our class winner. I just like to see her a notch softer there through her rear rib and flank, but one that's still extremely good in terms of her basic build. The heifer that comes in third, stout, robust in her rib design, and big bone. This is a heifer that I like a lot of things about, and the breeding pieces she offers. To me, she just gets too out in the front skeleton. I'd like to bring her in just a shot better, just and smooth her up at the point of her shoulder and have her track just a shot square out of her front skeleton, but a very high quality breeding piece for this young man. The heifer that comes next is one that's stout. She's powerful. She's one that maybe gets a little narrow-based when she goes away and a little closed up in her lower skeleton. She's plenty far along in terms of her condition for me for this stage of the game as well. But boy, that's a big bone, stout-hipped one that's got a lot of breeding potential for that young man. The heifer that comes next, here's one that I love a lot of things about, and the way that her neck and her head attachment, she gives a tremendous look from the profile. Young man, your heifer's got a great look. To me, she just gets too upright in the angle of her shoulder to move up any higher in this class, and we just need to open her up in her rib design as well. The heifer that comes next, here's one that's a fault-free kind of a female. She's one that's smooth-made. She's one that has some stoutness and power. When we set her in motion, she just wants to get up in the center portion of her spine. She just gets too upright in the angle of her shoulder. And the heifer that comes next, one that's one of the greenest ones in class. To me, I like a lot of things about her pieces. She just doesn't quite fit together yet. We need to open her up in her rib design and have this female just have a more maternal look at this stage. The dark cherry red heifer that closes the class, stout and powerful. It's her structure that sorts her down for me. Folks, let's put our hands together for these young people on an excellent set of horned heifer calves.
Thank you, Graham. Here's results on Class 761A Horn Spring Heifer Calves. First place, 726, Axton Harold Hoffman, Thedford, Nebraska. Second, 727, Sensational Coco, Anna Barrett, Altus, Oklahoma. Third, 731, Miss Lillian, Austin Lane Breeding, Miami, Texas. Fourth, over the next page, 734, Dietzman Monica, Colin Dietzman, Leesburg, Indiana. Fifth, 732, Cotton's Melody, Caden Wilson, Creston, Iowa. Sixth, 729, Del Hawk Shawnee, Kaylin Bauer, Bonfield, Illinois. Seventh, 725, Ella, Will Freeking from Alpha, Minnesota. Eighth, 730, Franny, Haven't Lee Faith Colston from Monahans, Texas. In your programs of placings, they're on page 1 for Class 761A Horn Spring Heifer Calves are as follows: 712, 683, top of the next page, 54. In the ring with our judge, Graham Blank from Spring Hill, Kansas, comes Class 761B Horn Spring Heifer Calves, born March 10th through March 26, 2019.
Interesting class, and some of you may be along ringside or thinking, some of these smaller ones are on top and I don't like big cattle. That's not the case. I just think these are maize, and they need to look like maize, and they need to be fresh, and they need to be youthful. There's some stout cattle in this class, and that just says something for the breeders that are alongside the ring, what you guys are doing and what the Angus breed is starting to do. The heifer that comes together wins pretty easy in my mind. If you just study her, look at her head and her neck, her throat latch into her chest, way her shoulder lays into her. She's good in her form and heart. She's got that extra length and extension through her hooks to pins and takes a big long stride. You get in front of her, she's got some width through her sternum. She's bold in terms of her center body. I'll be the first one to admit she's maybe a nickel full today, and I'd probably take some of that belly hair off of her and really start to make her youthful. But out here, she's just one of them true cows that give you a good look, sound structured one. The heifer in second is the most different, and I'll be honest. She's the one that probably doesn't fit in this top four, and I'm the first one to see that. But I think she's the one that you could predict a fun future for in terms of being a big one. She's big-footed. She's big boned, and she takes a big long step. Her shoulder lays into her nice, her knees in her correctly. And then what makes her extra unique is when you get behind her, you know she's packed full of muscle. She's bold behind her blade all the way back to her hip. She's wide in terms of her pin placement. Is she as big-bodied? Is she as sappy middle as some of these other ones? No, she's not. But I think she is the most youthful in this class as a May, and one that I think is a little more correct at the ground. The heifer that comes in third, she hit me hard when she first walked in. You can't make them any better headed and necked and shouldered and smooth, and she's got that big center body in her, and I appreciate that about her. I guess when you really compare and you want to pick on her a little bit compared to them top two, maybe don't handle that hawk and pasturing as comfortable as this top two. She kind of wants to throw those outside of her skeleton a little bit. I'd like to see her just a nickel more genuine there, but that's a good female. I think she's going to be fun just because she's so good looking from a side. The young man does a nice job of putting that one together. The one that's kind of throwing me off is the one that comes in fourth. I pulled her right off the bat because it is hard to put a big, stout, bold cow like this in fourth. When she is stopped and put together, it's hard to not look at her because she's so good looking. For me, as being a May, maybe just getting a little big, maybe pushing a little more condition on for me. And if you watch this right hind leg, she probably gets on the outside of her hoof wall ever so slightly. That dew claw wants to kind of turn in, and she just doesn't hit the ground as comfortable as I'd like her to. But that is a big, stout, bold one. I just wish I could just maybe tone her down and take some of that condition off. Good looking one. I think this is one you predict to be a fun one next fall because she's so neat in terms of her design. She's so good made. Gives up the body as those ones above her, but if you study her at the ground, she's so big-footed and square and bold and good looking. I think she's going to be a lot of fun to show because she's balanced up so well. Just gives up the extra mass as those top ones. Another big-bodied one that comes next. I'm not saying I don't like big-bodied ones. I do. I just think at this stage of the game, you could start to see those pones build up around her tailhead. I got to freshen her up, trim her down in terms of condition, and that's a good female. Good built, sound structured, just got to freshen her up. If you want one that's probably going to turn out and raise you a bulls or race you even club calves or percentage cattle, you grab this one. This young man's got a good female. That is a big-topped, big-ended one that is wide-pinned. I guess for me today here in the female show, I'd like to lengthen her out in those hooks and pins. I'd like to make her just a touch leveler down that hip and out the way she handles herself and everything coordinates through her hind end. But that is a big, heavy, muscled one. Most probably the different one out here, but she is going to be fun for you. She's also going to be fun when you take her home and jackpot her because I think she has that extra look and mass. The heifer that comes next, just a feminine featured one. I guess when you compare to the ones above her, she just gives up the extra mass and the extra power. Like to see a little more bone and foot underneath her. Heifer that comes next is just a sound structured one. I think one that's built awfully good and awfully neat in terms of her design. Just would like to see her just a touch wider when you step behind her. Like to see her handle the right behind her forb and heart blend just a nickel better behind that shoulder. This is a good one that I put last, and I hate to do this, but I think she is one of the one that's jammed up in her neck. I'd like to freshen her up there and lengthen that neck out, kind of tie that shoulder in her a nickel better than what it does. She rounds out her hip, but really, really tough class, challenging class, very competitive all the way through.
Well, on the Hereford side, a very high-quality set of females as we get into our March Horned Heifers. The young ladies heifer that'll lead off the class puts a lot of neat things together. This is one that's tremendous in her profile and the way that she ties together. She's robust in that rib design and so balanced from the side in terms of the way her chest floor ties in and transitions back into an ultra-soft rear rib and flank. I think a female that gets around the ring with authority, one that you really have to appreciate. Just the look and the design she offers, one that maybe wants to push a condition just a little far from me, but I think is certainly acceptable in this scenario. The heifer that comes next, without a doubt, is one that's greener in her type, and I appreciate that about her. One that's tremendous in terms of her basic build. She's bold in that rib design. To me, she just gets a lower in her front 1/3. She gets just a shot plainer about that head and neck compared to our class winner, but that's an awfully good female as well, and a very high-quality pair of heifers on the front end of this class. The heifer that comes next is one that you have to appreciate the basic build that this female offers. She's one that's wide base, she's bold and dimensional in that rib design, and she holds herself together well in terms of her spine on the move. To me, this is a heifer that just gives up some of the pizzazz and look of the two that precede her. She just gets outclassed in terms of elegance of the top three, but a fundamentally correct female. The young man's genomically enhanced female that comes next, one that you certainly have to appreciate in terms of her look and her balance. We set her in motion, and that's what sorts her forth for me. We just need to have this female go with more comfort and flex out of that rear skeleton, need to lay her back further in the angle of her shoulder and her knee, but I think that's a female that certainly offers quality and breeding piece for that young man. A powerful, stout-made female comes next, one that's very dimensional and bold in that rib design. This is a female that gets a little longer in her toe, a female we just like to relax in terms of her movement out of that front skeleton. Once again, just need to set her back further in that knee and have her go with more reach out of that front skeleton. Heifer that comes next is stout and powerful. I like the dimension that she offers through her midrib and gives us a tremendous brood cow look. To me, she just gets bolder at the point of her shoulder and plainer about that front 1/3. Need to have her go with more comfort out of that rear skeleton. Heifer that closes the class is one that's certainly extended. She's very long from that shoulder forward. To me, she's a bigger shouldered, coarser made female. Just need to have a more maternal look about her, but a very high quality set. Folks, let's put our hands together for our Hereford exhibitors.
We come to the first division here on the Angus side, and maybe I'm a little harsh on these Mays and these Junes because I think they still need to look like calves, and they still need to be fresh and youthful and pretty tough on that last class just in terms of size and condition. You could tell there's a huge frame score here. There's a huge difference in terms of condition aspect of laying on these cattle. To me, and if you study these class winners out here, they're very, very different. Young man's heifer for June is getting up there in size. You know, maybe she don't fit that young June calf, but I liked her in that class just being bold and stout, maybe a nickel more shoulder, and then you come back to the May. One I really like her head, and I just really think she is so good there in her shoulder and her forb and heart. Love the extra length in her hooks of pins and how that kind of all coordinates down to the ground. I don't think these Angus cattle are known for being big-bodied and deep-sided. I think we can take some of that hair off both of them and kind of show their natural rib cage, and that would be the thing that I'd change about her is they got that flank pulled down and her belly kind of put together. I don't think she needs that because she's naturally a big-bodied female. So for me, I think it's one that kind of hits you. It's kind of hitting that rage at being the first division size and having the extra look and femininity and being correct at the ground. I think it's a little more challenging there for reserve. But I'll take one more look and find you a champion reserve here in the Division 1. Let's put our hands together for a nice Angus show so far.
I know we're behind the results. We'll catch you up on those in just a few moments. On the Angus side, your summer heifer calf champion is 378 out of Class 3. Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Silvera's Style. That'll bring 376 into contention for reserve.
As that second came in, she was the most different in the class, and I'm the first to admit, but she's the one that was the most correct in her condition aspect. I think just predicting these cattle in terms of having a long show career all summer as well as next fall, she was the one I kind of tied to of being stout and wide-pinned and sound-structured. You know, when you get her back out here, is she as bold and is she as powerful as the other one in the first class? She's not, and I'll be the first one to admit, but I guarantee you she's just as wide and has that true, genuine shape and width at the ground. So So I think these are two different heifers. I think for me, it just comes down to predicting these cattle longevity here in the first division, and which one I think is going to have the success not only in the ring but when you turn her out. For me, I'm going to go along and have that one for second B reserve here in this division. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And your reserve in that summer heifer calf division comes from the same class as your champion, 376, Alexis Coling, Kerrville, Missouri. That is Blacklist, PVF Blacklist. Up next will be class number 4 for the Junior Angus Show. Let's go back and catch up on those results on class 3 in your programs. First and champion in that division, 378, once again, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second and reserve champion in division, 376, Alexis Coling, Kerrville, Missouri. Third, 367, Bowen Bridges, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Fourth, 372, Sydney Rylertsdam, Shoe, Grangeville, Idaho. Fifth, 368, Ella Brooks, Prophetstown, Illinois. Sixth, 364, Eva Henrichsen, Westmoreland, Kansas. Seventh, 365, Grant Solom, Los Olivos, California. Eighth, 366, Morgan Lee Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. 9th, 369, Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. 10th, 370, Kelsey Wariaska from Omak, Washington. In your programs and placings for Class 3 as follows: scratch 6, 7, 8, 3, 5, 9, 10, scratch 4, 2 in reserve, 1 in champion. In the ring Class 4, birth dates range April 12th through April 23rd, 2019, with our judge Amanda Storm from Chowchilla, California. Back over on the Hereford side. In the ring at this time is Class 761C Horn Spring Heifer Calves, just in front of our first division championship. Those born March 1st through March 8th, 2019. Here's results going back to 761B. First place, 737, Delhawk Rhoda. Melinda Braun, Columbia, Illinois. Second, Miss Spice is 740. Will Freaking from Alpha, Minnesota. Third, 745, Air B. Ella. Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth, 744, Dominette. Bryce Hendricks, Milton, Florida. Fifth, 742, Miss Gypsy. Maddie and Cashley Chambers, Pueblo, Colorado. Sixth, 735, Purple Cricket. Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Seventh, 736, Trinity Colston with Corinne Monahans, Texas. And that gets all of them there. We have placings are as follows for 761B Horn Spring Heifer Calves: 6, 7, 1, 2, 5, 4, 3, and scratch. Once again in the ring, Class 761C Horn Spring Heifer Calves, Judge Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Just a reminder to our exhibitors, keep in mind the staging area, just one animal, the exhibitor, and a fitter are allowed in the staging area down at the bottom of the ramp area. Thank you. Trying to keep that area from being too full since we got the 2 shows going on. Once again, exhibitors, one animal, one exhibitor, and a fitter if necessary. If they're one and the same, that's fine. Just trying to keep the traffic down in the staging area. Thank you.
On the Hereford side, there's a lot of differences in this class, and as we sort through them, I think this is certainly a good representation of what the breed has to offer, just in terms of the quality all the way throughout. There's not a heifer in here that isn't high quality, and the young man's dark cherry red heifer that leads off the class, not only is she the freshest in her condition, I think this is the one that puts the highest quality look together from the profile. She handles herself with the most flexibility and comfort on the move, and boy, when this young man gets her pulled together, she gives you a look that you just can't resist. The heifer that comes in second, what sorts her in second for me is her sheer athleticism and her condition at this stage of the game. She's fresh, and she's one that gives us a great look of balance and eye appeal. Compared to our class winner, she maybe isn't quite as refined up through that head and neck, but boy, this one's big bone, big footed, stout made, and robust in that rib design. I think as this female progresses and she starts to soften up through that rear rib and flank, this is going to be one that's awfully fun for this young lady. The heifer that comes next, here's one that's tremendous in her rib design. She's bold and dimensional. To me, she's just too far along from a condition standpoint. She wants to roll out there in her front skeleton and gets a little longer on her inside toe, but that's a female that certainly offers a lot of quality represented, just too far along for me today. The heifer that comes next, here's one that's good in her rib cage. She's really good in terms of her lines. To me, we just need to relax her in the angle of that shoulder, set her back further in her knee, and have her reach with more athleticism out of that front skeleton. But young lady's got a very nice heifer here, and my compliments to her. Young man that's heifer's wanting to fight him a little bit. This is one that's ultra powerful. I love her foot, her bone, and her stoutness. To me, she's just too far along from a condition standpoint at this stage of the game personally. And for others, you might prefer this female to be further up the line. To me, I just read her to be a shot coarser in her general build. The heifer that comes next, one that's tremendous in her lines, one that you really have to appreciate the width and the strength of top line that she offers. To me, she just gets too parallel in her underline. I'd like to tighten her up there in her shoulder blade and down through her knee, but a very high quality female as well. The heifer that closes the class, very high quality individual as well. I love the pieces that this female offers. She's at a disadvantage just in terms of her condition today, and she's a little behind, but boy, this one's high quality in her basic build. Just gets a little narrower gauge and a little bunched up in her spine as what sorts are there for me today, but an ultra high quality set of Hereford females. Folks, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Over on the Hereford side, here are the results on Class 761C Horn Spring Heifer Calves, just in front of that division championship, which is next to the ring. First place, 755. Good point. Claiborne Perry, Madison, Mississippi, and Eli Perry from Madison, Mississippi. Second, 753, Pure Velvet, Ben Ryan Jensen, Cortland, Kansas. Third, 751, Veda Anna Hans Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Fourth, 754, Miss Mighty Cat, Blake Breeding, Miami, Texas. Fifth, 752, Purple Charlie, Riley Gregory Rhodes, Carlinville, Illinois. Sixth, 757, Bailey Valor, Piper Collier, Brno, Idaho. Seventh is 749, Dominette, Hadley Dunklow from Wade, Nebraska. In your programs, the placings for 761C Horn Spring Heifer Calves are 7, 3, 5, 2, 4, 1, 6, scratch. In the ring, Horn Champion Spring Heifer Calf selection. First and seconds back in the ring from 760, as well as 761 A, B, and C. Our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the Hereford side, let's put our hands together for an exceptional lineup of spring horned heifer calves. My hat's off to these exhibitors and the folks behind the scenes. A tremendous set of heifer calves as we've worked through so far today. And the young lady's heifer that came out of the first class is one that won that particular class because of her advantages just in terms of structural design, body mass, and density. I stated in class she's a little far along for me at this stage of the game. But boy, I think that one is great built, tremendous in her rib design, and square in her pin set. And compliments this young lady on a great brood cow prospect. The young man's heifer that comes out of Class 2, she won that class simply because of her advantages not only in freshness and structure, but in terms of body mass and density and balance. The way that her chest floor transcends back into that rear rib and flank is certainly hard to make in cattle, and I think a young man's got a heifer that's got a very bright future for him. Comparatively to some of the other heifers in the lineup, she's maybe a little lower in her front 1/3, runs downhill just a shot, but that's a high-quality horned Hereford female. The heifer that comes out of the third class gave us a tremendous look on the standstill, and that's what sorted her to the class-leading role. I love the substance, the hip structure, and the way that this female ties to that front 1/3, a female that gets around the ring with comfort and authority. She's bold in that rib cage. She's square in her pin set. A young lady does a very good job getting her heifer pulled together. Young man's spot-faced cherry red heifer that comes out of the fourth class. One that's just tremendous in terms of balance. I love the basic build in this female and the way that she just ties together so seamlessly. She's elegant about that head and neck. She's smooth-shouldered. She's great in her rib design. Young man, you'll have your division champion. Congratulations. I think for reserve, it just gets a shot closer and even tougher between these cattle because there's so many good traits that all these females have. Folks, let's put our hands together. Another excellent set of females, and we'll pick your reserve.
Over on the Angus side, they just keep getting better and better. And for you juniors that maybe are in the middle of the pack or at the end of the class, don't get your hopes down. These are good cattle. You guys should be proud. No matter where you stand today, you got a nice cow to take home and show in your state or even on the junior national level. So be excited. Don't give up. Keep working because I think all of them are at different stages of the game as today, and that probably comes into play just a little bit. The heifer that comes to the top of the class for me kind of just does it as being the complete heifer, and I usually hate that word complete, but she is. She's the one that's long-sided. She's good in her hooks to pins. She's big-footed. She's big-boned. She takes a good long stride to her. You know, if you want to say, well, she runs downhill a little bit, and maybe that neck don't tie as high as some other ones in the class, I wouldn't argue, and she does run downhill just ever so slightly, and I'd like to pick her up at the top part of her shoulder, but from her shoulder back, there's so much body mass and so much width. I just like the extra length that she has in terms of her hooks to pins. Takes a nice stride, a good one there to start. I'm challenged here in second and third, and I'm specifically challenged here with the heifer that's in second. If some of you know my family, we showed stout cattle, and we showed cattle that are like this, that are big-topped, and they're bold, and they're square, and they still get around the ring, but they only hit those few shows a year and can be successful, and I guess that's in my back of my mind because she's the one that is a little bolder about her shoulder. She's still good there in her foreb and heart, and she's so good in terms of the turn to her rib cage, and she's wide pen. I guess for me is how fresh is this one going to stay as we go on, and I guess for having that much mass and that much power up high, for me I'd like to see more bone and foot size. And then if you watch her go, I don't know if the young man's kind of holding back on her halter. She kind of wants to throw him a little bit outside of her skeleton, but one that's just so powerful out here today, so much mass and still good looking, it's really hard to get her any lower. The one that's in third is the one that I probably would consider like this could be the one here this summer if she fills out or next fall, because this animal is unique. Her head and neck come right out of the top of her blade. She's powerful right there behind her shoulder all the way back to her hip. She's super wide pen. She's correct in terms of the way her hip and hind leg are assembled. I guess for me right there is where she gets beat on this 3/4 view. She gets tight in her foreb and heart, and that has to kind of go along. She's a little, I guess, bolder shoulder at the point of her shoulder. She's got a little more than I'd like to see, and I'd like to tuck that back into her. But if everything comes in her center body and her foreb and heart, and she kind of matures right in her midrib, that's going to be a fun rascal there to show because she is so neat looking and she shows herself off. This one that comes next, just a complete female, and I don't want you to get discouraged because you just got a sound, functional, good body, deep-sided female. I think when it comes to this class, she gets a little outpowered, and I'll be honest, I'd like to change the way her tail head sits in her hooks to pins. Maybe don't sit in there just as right as we need it to, but that's a good female that sits there in that hole. Heifer that comes next, big-bodied, deep-sided, and one that just got in a tough class because she brings a lot of good things to the table. She gets a little open to the top part of her shoulder, and if you watch that right front leg, she wants to toe out ever so slightly. You know, I've been all about being in that fresh kick in the first division, and you got to keep it going, and this one is fresh. She's youthful. She's in the right condition for the future, I guess you could say. Summertime, that's a big-footed, big-bone, big-topped one. Maybe gives up the extra middle and depth compared to those ones above her. Next one that comes, I think it's just maybe a little fresher in her overall look and maybe a little stronger in her top line than the one that rounds out the class. One that rounds out the class has a lot of pieces I like. Good looking, long-necked, and long-sided, and you'll hear me say that a lot. Maybe that loin just don't tie in her as well, and she don't handle those hooks to pins as comfortable as I'd like her to. Nice set of class, very competitive there on the top pair.
Catch us up on results. Let's go back over to the Hereford side for that division championship. Your horn champion spring heifer calf was 755. That comes out of class 761C. Good point. Claiborne and Eli Perry, Madison, Mississippi. In reserve, horned spring heifer calf comes from class 761B. And is 737 Delhawk Rhoda, Melinda Braun, Columbia, Illinois. In the ring at this time on the Hereford side is class 762 horned junior heifer calves. These born February 2019. Judge once again Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Over on the Angus side in the ring, Class 5. Class 5, born April 2nd through April 10th, 2019, with our judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Here's results on Class 4. First place, 268. Savannah Lee Page, Jefferson, Georgia. Second, 273. Bowen Bridges, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third, 270. Rowdy Van Zee, Sioux Center, Iowa. Fourth, 267. Lauren Wolter, Galveston, Illinois. Fifth, 278. Ben Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Sixth, 277. Alexis Coling, Curryville, Missouri. Seventh, 274. Seth Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Eighth, 272. Kaylin Schilling, Edson, Kansas. Placings for Class 4 in your programs are as follows. 4-1 scratch, 382-765. Once again, 4-1 scratch, 382-765. In the ring, Class 5, with our judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California on the Angus Junior Show.
Well, folks, as we start into our next division, I think we've got a pair of high-quality females on the top end of this class. The young lady's heifer, when she gives us this look right here, this is what solidifies her class-leading role. I'll be the first to admit she gets a little high in her birth weight. We haven't put any emphasis on that today. I think the quality cattle will sort themselves to the top, and I love this one's basic build and the stoutness of foot and bone work, how robust this female is and that rib design. And I still think she's fresh in her condition. There's just so much of this female, and she's so stout in that upper rib design and big-footed. A great way to start. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, I love the pieces that this female offers and how elegant she is up to that front 1/3 and how she ties together. She gets a little shallower there back in through her rear rib and flank, and she wants to maybe get just a little in at her hock from behind, but that's a high-quality female as well. The heifer that comes next, big-bodied, stout-made. Young lady has a female that's very productive in her kind. To me, she just gives up some of the extra look and design of the females that precede her. Young lady's heifer that closes the class is one that certainly offers length and performance. She's big-boned and stout-made. Structurally, she just gets too upright in her shoulder and up in her spine to move up any higher. Folks, let's put our hands together for another excellent class of horned Hereford females.
On the Hereford side, up next, Class 763 Horn Junior Heifer Calves, born January 1st through January 26, 2019. Here's the results on 762. First place, 762, Miss Spice, Veda, Anna, and Hans Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Second, 761, Purple Felicia, Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Third, 767, Pearl, Megan and Madison DeWar from Bakersfield, California. Fourth, 759, Miss Moneymaker, Jordan Johnson, Fort Dodge, Iowa. In your programs, the placings for 762 on the Hereford Horn Junior Heifer Calves, 4 scratch 2, 1 scratch 3. Once again, 4 scratch, 2-1 scratch 3. As I mentioned in the ring, Class 763, Horn Junior Heifer calves born January 2019, just in front of our next division championship for the Junior Heifer calf. Judge once again from Spring Hill, Kansas, Graham Blagg. Over the Angus side here for our show ring. Make sure you join them tomorrow evening at the Ranchers Rendezvous, hosted by Spruce Mountain Ranch. It'll be an exciting evening benefiting the Angus Foundation with both live and online auctions. No ticket is required and transportation is provided right here from the National Western Stock Show to the ranch in Larkspur, just south of Denver. If you have any questions, stop by the Angus Foundation booth up here on the hill.
Plenty of performance and stoutness in our class winner here, a female that certainly you have to appreciate that about her, and the rib shape and the capacity that she offers. A female that wins this particular class because of her basic advantage in structure. I think she lays in smoother at the point of her shoulder, and I think she tracks with simply more authority. Although not perfect in her structure, I think she's our best bet in this particular class, and my compliments to this young man for a very powerful, performance-oriented female. The heifer that comes second, one that's long and smooth, one that gives us a great look in terms of balance and eye appeal. To me, it's structure that sorts her second. She tracks wider in her front skeleton than she does from behind. I just like to tighten her up there in her shoulder and relax that female there in her knee, but a high-quality female for this young man to go second. The heifer that comes third, young ladies do an exceptional job out here. Her heifer's big-bodied, and her heifer's got plenty of stoutness. She's a trait leader in this class for performance on paper. This is a heifer that, just structurally speaking, young lady, we need to redesign to that front shoulder. We need to have her go with just more comfort in that spine, but certainly a brood cow prospect for her in the making. The heifer that closes the class, one that you certainly have to appreciate the stoutness of foot and bone work, the stoutness of hip and power that this female offers down her top and from behind. To me, once again, it's structure that sorts her down. That front skeleton just needs to be redesigned. We need to clean her up through that front 1/3, but a high-quality brood cow prospect. Folks, let's put our hands together for another excellent set of Horned Hereford females.
Up next in the ring for the Hereford side will be the Horn Champion Junior Heifer Calf. First and seconds back in from classes 70-62 and 763. Speaking of that last class, here's the results. First place, 772, Gimme a Point. Tyler and Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Second, 775, Miss Riley Gregory Rhodes, Carlinville, Illinois. Third, 769, Maddie and Cashley Chambers, Pueblo, Colorado. Fourth, 774, Lauren Bilderback, El Reno, Oklahoma. And your programs and placings are 3-1-4, top of the next page, 2. 3-1-4-2. As I mentioned in the ring, Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship for the Horned Hereford. Our judge from Spring Hill, Kansas, Graham Blagg. Just a reminder, the official livestock photographer for the National Western is none other than Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the arena and at the backdrop and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com.
Well, folks, on the Hereford side, let's put our hands together for our junior heifer exhibitors in our division drive. Not a lot of numbers represented, but quality certainly present. And the young lady's heifer that came out of the first class is one that just absolutely dominating in terms of her foot and her bone work and her stoutness. I love the rib design that this female offers and just how genuine she is in her basic build and the width and dimension that she offers, and yet still gives us a ladylike look of quality. We talked about her in class maybe being a shot high in her birth weight, and I think it's something that we realize, but the EPDs are simply a tool, and I think that this heifer has so much quality phenotypically, you really have to appreciate what she offers. The young man's heifer that comes out of the second class, one that's ultra powerful, performance-oriented, bigger frame kind of a female, one that when we bring her back out here, you really have to appreciate just the scale and dimension she offers. To me, she maybe gives up just a little bit of class and elegance to that front 1/3 and down into her chest plate compared to the heifers out of the class ahead of her, but a very high-quality female for this young man. I think it becomes rather simple for champion. Reserve will get a little tougher. Young lady out of Class 1 will be your division champion. Congratulations. The first class of this division had a lot of quality represented all the way through. The young lady's heifer that was second in that class. I love the look and the design that this female offers and just the way that she ties herself together. I think one that may be a little bit more moderate in her frame size, and she's certainly greener in her condition, but it's her quality that I still like and appreciate. We'll take another look, and I'll pick your reserve. Let's put our hands together one more time for these exhibitors.
Over on the Angus side, as we get older in these calf classes, the more excited I get and the more decisions I kind of have to make. These top two, I'll be the first to admit they are very, very different in terms of their type and their kind, but they both bring a lot of good things to the table. I think if you want to switch it, I wouldn't argue one bit. For me, the one that starts is kind of the most unique out here and the most different, I guess, and that starts at the ground. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's bold in her center body. Her hip and hind leg is where she beats the one in second. She's longer through her hip, and I think that all assembles just a nickel nicer when you set her in motion. The thing that I don't like her is she is really good-haired, and so I think when you get up and really study her, they got a heck of a crew, I think, behind there, because she gets a little tight there right behind her blade and her foreb and heart, and I think that's where that one has maybe just a nickel advantage on the top part of her blade. But this rascal is unique. This thing is different. I love her structure. I love her bone and her foot size and her length to her side. That's just a good-looking one that starts the class. This one in second could catch her, and I'll be the first to admit she's not the hairiest and the a woolly one like the old class winner is. Maybe what you see is what you get in terms of her bone and all that leg hair. But this one's good. And where I love this one is through her front 1/3. She is bold and stout right behind her shoulder all the way back to her hip. That neckties right. She's good in her foreb and hard. She's good to the turn to her upper rib cage. I guess where I'd like to change her and where she gets beat for me out here today is maybe in her hip. You know, maybe not has that extra length as the class winner does. But those two are just good cattle. Their body shape's correct. Their structure's correct. They're just going to be fun to watch and see how they mature and how genetics come into play. One that comes in third is just your complete fresh one. I think this one's just going to be fun to show because she's so correct at the ground. She's fresh and youthful today in terms of her condition, and her head and neck is just so beautiful. I love the curve to her midrib and that sweep to that lower rib cage. Just a good female. I guess when you compare to those top two, she just gets outmassed. And that's, I feel bad for that, but that is a good female. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. The outlier and the most different one is the one that sits in fourth. She is the bigger one. She is the big-bodied. She's stout, and she's white-pinned, and all those EST terms that we can talk about if you wanted to. And she's cool-looking when you get on the side of her because her head comes so far at the top part of her blade. But when you step in and study her, she's probably the weakest loined one out of the four. Might be a little base narrow, like when you get behind her. You know, she just maybe doesn't go out there and go as comfortable as those three above. I guess for me and why I beat her today, and some might love her because there's so much body shape and mass that she has, I just wish she was stronger topped. I just wish she was more genuine at the top part of her skeleton. This is a good heifer. It comes next. She just got in a tough class. I think that one's built extremely nice. I like the boldness that she has. I like her structure off her hip and hind leg and the way she handles that. Maybe toes out just a little bit if you want to pick on one, but that's a good female. Heavy muscled one that comes next. I think this one just got brood cow written all over just in terms of how much power that she has. Maybe a little rounder off both ends of her skeleton, and that's something I could change about her once again on the outside of her hoof wall a little bit. The female that comes next, young man, you got a nice cow, and you should be excited to show that female because I think she's good. She's big bodied, she's deep sided, she's sound structured. She just gets a little coarse, I guess, when you evaluate her. The ones above her maybe don't have that extra length that we're looking for, but that is a sound structured, big bodied one. The next two you could switch if you want and kind of have a discussion. For me, is structure that sorted the pair. The young ladies maybe handles her front 1/3 just a nickel better. I think she's a little fresher. Heifer rounds out the class. That's a good female standing still. I love the look and the design, but you can see her as she goes out. Her necktie is low and she's a little open to the top part of her shoulder. That blade just don't lay in her as nice as we'd like it to. Nice set of heifers, very, very competitive all the way through. Extremely high quality there on the top end.
Catches up on results. Let's go back over to the Hereford side. That was a division championship in the ring before this one. Class in the ring is 765. Your Horn Champion Junior Heifer Calf and your reserve both come from Class 762. Your champion is 762, Miss Spice, Veda, Anna, and Hans Vicklin at Longmont, Colorado. The reserve was 761, Purple Felicia, Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Once again in the ring, 765 Horned Heifer Calves for the seniors, senior heifer calves. Judge once again from Spring Hill, Kansas, Graham Black. Over on the Angus Junior Show, coming in the ring, Class 6. Here are the results on Class 5. First place, 291, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, 290, Emily Brooks, Prophetstown, Illinois. Third, 282, Abby Kepler from Hinckley, Illinois. Fourth, 287, Reese Mackenzie Anderson from Crispin, Illinois. Fifth, 295, Paige Van Dyke, Louisville, Illinois. Sixth, 284, Wyatt James, Raymond, South Dakota. Seventh, 288, Austin Dorman, Wright City, Missouri. Eighth, 283, Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Ninth, 289, Kaylin Schilling from Edson, Kansas. And your programs of placings for Class 5 Angus Junior Show are as follows. 386, scratch 4, 79215. Once again, 386, scratch 4, 79215. In the ring, Class 6, These born March 19th through March 28th, 2019. Our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California.
Well, folks, as we start into our fall division, take a little extra time here, and I'll be the first to admit when the young man heifer that was in fourth now, when she gave us a look on the profile, he was struggling with her, and I think that heifer's a pretty nice female, but we'll get to her in a second. The heifer that leads off the class, super elegant, just in her type and her kind, and the way that she's designed, I think fits the bill with what we're after. I love the way that her neck attachment ties in and just how good she is in her spine and the way that this female tracks and goes. She's an elegant made kind of a female that's good in her rib design. She's square from every angle, and it's her structural advantages and looseness of spine that let her lead the class. The heifer in second, I love this female in terms of her rib capacity and in terms of her dimension. It's structurally that maybe sorts her second, its slight differences. She gets just a little fuller and up high and gets maybe just a little up in the center portion of her back. A female we just like to redesign there in her front skeleton slightly, but that's a high quality female to go second. The heifer that comes in third, I love love this heifer just on the profile on the standstill. She's not the deepest bodied. She's not the most dimensional in terms of her lower rib, but this female's so good in her lines and so up-headed and attractive. That's what sorts her third. Young man here, his heifer got to kind of want to run him over there when we come around the corner, and he was struggling with her, and I think that he was just making sure he was okay, and she was too. But this heifer's big-footed and big-boned. I love the power and dimension compared to the females ahead of her. Just gets a little plainer there in her lower third up to that front one-third, comparatively big-boned and stout-made. Heifer that comes next, really attractive to that front one-third. Her front skeleton, she gets just a little out there in the point of her shoulder. I'd like to have this female go with just a notch more flexibility and reach up front. I like the turn to her rib design. She just gets a little lower through that front one-third comparatively and runs downhill, wants to maybe get a little narrower based. Heifer that closes the class, big-bodied, bold and dimensional in that rib design. Structurally speaking, that's what sorts her down. We just need to have her go with more authority as she goes away. High-quality class, a lot of unique females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Up next, the ring for the Hereford will be Class 766 Horned Senior Heifer Calves. Here's results on 765. First place, 777. Mason Allen from Schulenburg, Texas. Second, 785. Carly Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma. Third, 786. Tyler and Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth, 784. Bryson Mayo, Scott City, Kansas. Fifth, 778. Brittany Hefner, Springville, California. Sixth, 781. Marilyn and Joel Pecka from Mino, Oklahoma. Your program placings for Class 765 are as follows: 156423. Once again, 156423. As I mentioned, the ring next, 766 Horned Senior Heifer Calves in the Hereford Show Ring. He's born August 23rd through September 19th, 2018. After this class, we'll have our next division championship, Senior Heifer Calf Horned Hereford. In the ring next, our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Wanted to also thank the National Hereford Queen, Melanie Fischel from North Carolina. She leads in every one of our classes today. Also like to recognize the National Junior Hereford Association Board of Directors. From Kentucky, Taylor Bill Matheny. From Minnesota, Montana Lawrence. From California, Bailey Morrill. From Illinois, Noah Benedict. From Oregon, Brant Downing. And from Missouri, Brooklyn Adam. Thank you for all your help on the Hereford Show Ring.
Well, a nice place to begin as we continue with our last class in our fall division. Young ladies heifer that leads off the class. Really good in terms of her basic build and her stoutness of foot and design and the way she handles herself, I think, with a lot of athleticism. She's bold in that upper rib design, and she gives us a maternal and attractive look about her. And she's fresh in her condition for this stage. I think a female with a bright future for this young lady. Young man's heifer that comes in second, she's probably at a little disadvantage just in terms of her condition today. I think she's a really good built kind of a female that gives us a great look, one that'll make a really nice senior yearling for this young man. Today, she just gives up the extra dimension and capacity of our class winner. That's what sorts her second. The heifer that comes in third, performance-oriented, stout-made, larger frame kind of a female, to me just gets a little upright in the angle of her shoulder, too restricted out of that front skeleton. Just need to have her go with more comfort, really off both ends, to move up any higher. Once again, congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors for another nice class.
Up next for the Hereford will be the Horn Champion Senior Heifer Calf selection with our Judge Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. First and seconds back in the ring from 765 and 66. Here are the results on 766. First place, 787, Sage Leanne Ward, Laramie, Wyoming. Second, 790, Kingston Egbert, Hudson, Colorado. Third, 789, Samantha Lynn Campbell, Eaton, Colorado. As I mentioned, up next, Horn Champion Senior Heifer Calf Division Championship.
Really another fun pair to sort through, and kind of similar to what we did in the last class. Two cattle that are intriguing, two cattle that are different in terms of their type and kind. You know, I started the day off of saying I like cattle stout and big-footed and wide-pinned and cattle that get out there and motor around. And the one that we're going to start with, it has that. That one is neat in terms of her hip and her hind leg structure. You step into her, she's bold and powerful in her mid-rib. You get behind her, she's wide-pinned and got some true, genuine muscle shape down her top. I'll be the first to admit, is she as neat and through that front 1/3 as the one that's in second? She's not. She might be a little tighter there in her forb and heart. Maybe just wants to run downhill just a little bit if you want to pick on one. But with that much power and that much stoutness, that thing gets out there and just goes. She's the most different, I guess, out of the three, maybe a little harder haired than the two behind her. So what you see is kind of what you get. I just like that one in terms of the way she's put together and on the balance and her extra length of skeleton. I love this thing through her front end. If you want to judge cattle today just in terms of head, neck, shoulder, forerib, heart, grab a hold of this one and you could go a long ways. Her midrib forward, she is better than the class winner. I'll be the first one to admit. She's better in her foreb and heart. That necktie a little higher. She's better in terms of her chest floor, and I do see that. I guess it's from her midrib back today is kind of where I'm getting a little maybe too critical on a high quality one. Maybe don't have that extra length to her hip. And that left hind leg, I don't know, it's kind of doing something funky on me today. She just doesn't want to plant it as comfortable as she needs to, but that's sure a good looking one. That one's going to be fun to show, and her best days are yet to come. This one probably is more similar to my class winner, and I'll be the first to admit that. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's stout, she's bold. She's one that just kind of, I hate to say this in the Angus ring, she kind of has that clubby look to her, and there's nothing wrong with that. I guess for me, she wants to toe out every bit, a little bit up front, and maybe she just wants to throw those legs outside of herself. She's not wanting to cooperate as neat as she needs to, and that's frustrating for the man because you got a good heifer. She's stout, and she's going to be fun to show. A good one that comes next. You just got in a tough class. I'll be honest, if you were in classes before, you'd be in that top two. Big-bodied and deep-sided and feminine, and her shoulder lays into her nice, and she's extremely good there right in her foreb and heart. Maybe needs to be longer in terms of the way that hip lays into her, and that tailhead just maybe needs to lay in her just a nickel better than she does, but that's sure a neat one. I love the mid-body that one has. Stout, powerful one again. and we just keep on getting repetitive, and these Angus cattle are getting heavier muscled. They're getting wider pinned, and extra foot and bone is always intriguing to me. She just toes out. I just wish we could change her knee to the ground. Wish we can make her just a touch better up front in terms of the way that blade lays into her. The one that comes next is different, and different in a good way. I think she's going to be one that kind of settles down and relaxes, and she's got some neat pieces about her. The thing that I like about her is how good her midrib is and how that cage attaches really high. She's one that's really feminine and good-headed and good in her throat latch. Just kind of wants to round out her hip and kind of throw them legs underneath herself. I need to see a little more extension and length. I really like this one that comes next, and I like her at the ground. I think that is a sound cat that just kind of motors around. She just runs downhill a little bit, gets a little open at the top part of her shoulder, but that one's going to be fun. That one's going to move her way up in the class as she gets older, and that blade and forerib kind of fill in because that one is just built extremely nice. Nice one that's coming next. I like this one better standing still. I'll be the first to admit. She's feminine, she's good looking, she's good bodied. I just got her change them rear too. She's too straight in her hock. She just don't comfortable have that stride that she needs to, but that's just a nice one standing there. The next three, we could group these together because I think they're all similar in terms of their type and kind. They're feminine featured cattle that are good in terms of their lines and their structure. They just get outmassed today. When you really pick on these cattle, they just get outmassed in terms of width of base and power, but really nice cattle from top to bottom. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Very, very, very competitive there on the top end.
Well, as we get into our fall division over on our Hereford side, I think a lot of quality represented, although certainly less numbers in this particular division. The young man's heifer that comes out of the first class, one that's great in terms of the way that she ties that head and neck attachment into her shoulder. She's fresh in her condition, and she just gets out and floats on the move. Love the way she reaches out of that front skeleton and handles her hip and her hind leg. She may be comparatively to our heifer that was a class winner out of the second class, maybe gets off just a shot from hooks to pins and maybe gives up some of that extra forerib and center body mass and dimension throughout. But I think one that's fresh, she's athletic, and she gives us a very attractive brood cow look from the side. Young lady's heifer that comes out of the second class, one that too is very bold and dimensional in that rib design, and I love that about her. I think one that handles her hip and her hind leg with true athleticism. She's long-bodied, a great spined heifer that gets out and goes with a lot of athleticism as well. Comparatively, maybe doesn't tie that neck quite as high there on the top of her shoulder, but by no means is this female not anything but attractive. I think a very high-quality pair of females. We'll take one more look at them and pick you a reserve. Folks, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. We bring in our second place heifer out of that class, one that's green in her type and kind, and I think we talked to make one heck of a senior yearling for this young man because of her lines and her basic build. The young man out of the first class will follow for reserve. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Back over the Hereford side real quick on that division championship. Horned senior heifer calf, your champion, 787. That comes out of class 766. That is Misty Sage Leanne Ward, Laramie, Wyoming. The reserve comes from class 765. That's 777. Georgia K. Mason Allen, Schulenburg, Texas. Up next, we have a single entry in class 768, horned early summer yearling. This one born May 20th, 2018. This single entry is also a single class within the division. So this will be your horned champion intermediate female selection as well. Judge once again, Graham Black from Spring Hill, Kansas. Go back over on the Angus Junior Show. Here's the results on Class 6 as Class 7 is in the ring. Class 6, first place, 304. Kaylee Langford, Breckenridge, Texas. Second, 299. Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Third, 302. Jay Gordon Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Fourth, 313. Casey Lee Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska. Fifth place, 314. Grant Sala, Los Alamos, California. 6-3-12, Miranda Catherine Rathel from Falls City, Nebraska. 7-3-16, Lauren Walter, Aviston, Illinois. 8-3-15, Madison Lynn Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. 9th, 3-10, Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. Back on the other side, 10th place, 305, Nicole Nichols, Chambers, Nebraska. 11th, 102, Andrew Klinkhammer from West Lafayette, Indiana. Program placings for Class 6 on the Angus Junior Show, 11, 2, 3. Scratch 1, 10, scratch. Top of the next page, 9, 6, 4, 5, 8, 7.
Young lady's got a single entry in this division, and a heifer that, not to sound cliche, but I think this female could stand some competition. She's really attractive. She's fresh. She's a female that gets around with comfort and flexibility. My compliments to this young lady. There's a big difference in the ratio of weight between her and her heifer, and she's sticking right here with it. So let's give her a big round of applause, and we'll talk more about her heifer when we bring her back out for the champion drive. Congratulations.
On the Hereford side for Class 768 Horned Early Summer Yearling and your intermediate female champion, first place in champion 792, Fifi, Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Up next, Class 769 Horned Spring Yearling females born March 1st through April 7, 2018. Only a single class within this division. It's a large class. This will also be your Spring Yearling Female Horned Championship. Judge once again Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. In the ring on the Angus Junior Show, this is Class 7. Birthday range March 7th through March 17th, 2019. Our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Helping us ringside with awards, we've got Miss Iowa Angus, Allie Bieber from Waukon, Iowa, junior at Waukon High School. And Miss American Angus, Eva Henderson from Oklahoma State University, majoring in animal science. Thank you, ladies, for helping us with awards for today's shows. Don't forget, new this year, the National Western Angus Bull Sale will take place tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 right here on the hill. It'll be in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Sale bulls will be paraded at 11:30 and on display at 12:30 before the sale. Pick up a sale catalog and visit with the American Angus Association's regional managers if you have any questions about the 2020 National Western Angus Bull Sale. Tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 in the Beef Palace Auction Arena.
really high quality class. You could do a lot of different things. If someone else was in my shoes today, they'd probably have the class all flipped around, just because there's so many good ones here and very deep, and they all have unique pieces. You know, I stick to kind of, hopefully you're able to follow me along. I like cattle that are genuinely wide, and I truly feel like it starts at the ground through that sternum and forerib and bold in their center body and being stout when you get behind them and still go. This one's pretty neat. You know, she maybe not be the sappiest middled and the best there at her knee, and I do see that, but I think one that's just so wide and so powerful still gives you a good look in terms of being fresh-headed and necked. Maybe not the deepest sided as the one that's behind her, and I do see that. Maybe a little bigger in terms of her frame size for this stage of the game, but that's okay. She's just stout and powerful, and still with all that muscle, gets around and goes. Heifer that comes next, maybe not the sharpest fronted one as the two that are behind her, and I do see that, but she is so good in terms of her structure. I love the curve to her rib cage and how massive she is. She's just a brood cow. If you want a sound-footed one that's just got brood cow written all over her, that's the one. Her neck still ties high, and she's still good-headed. Maybe just got a little more jaw or throat latch for me, but that's just a good female that I think is going to be fun. I think she's wider through her chest floor and her forerib than the heifers that are behind her. Now, someone standing on the side, you grab this one and you're like, whoa, Amanda, that one's a good-looking rascal, and I'd be the first to admit that one is nice from the outside looking in. Her head and neck tie, top part of her blade, she's got that good length to her hip. Her hip and hind leg structure is very good hawked, and she's got, you know, that soft pastern set. She's a sound motor scooter. I guess for me today, I guess she gets a little base narrow, a little narrower there through her chest floor, maybe not as truly wide up high and down low as the two that are above her, and that's why I beat her. I'm not going to say she's not going to catch them, because I think that is a good rascal that is good looking. Heifer it comes next kind of mirrors everything that we've seen in previous classes in terms of her head, her neck attachment, her foreb and heart, and having that good hip and hind leg. I guess when you truly step in and study her, a little base narrow, maybe not as, you know, powerful and have that width that we've been talking about today, but she is awfully neat from a profile view. I think she's good-footed and sound. I just need to see her a touch more width. Neat heifer that comes next. Balances up extremely nice, and her curve to the upper part of her rib cage is correct. Her hip is correct when you study her on the top part of her skeleton. Just don't handle that hawk and pastern as well and comfortable as I'd like. Stout, powerful one that comes next, and I hate to put one this good, this low in class, because I think she brings a lot to the table as well. Her mid-rib back is ideal. It's her mid-rib forward I'd like to change. She wants to run downhill, get a little more chest. I'd like to freshen her up there at the base of her chest. Nice one that comes next. I like the condition at this stage of the game. I think her longevity is just going to get better because she's so fresh and so youthful and so sound. I guess today she just got outpowered and just gives up the extra boldness and the extra power. Good one that comes next again, and I like this one in terms of her head and her neck. I think that neck ties high. I think she's good at the top part of her skeleton. Just like to change her down low, give her a little more base width. That right front foot wants to toe out ever so slightly. This is a stout one, and I moved him down just a little bit. I moved him down because that heifer just gets a little more restricted off both ends, kind of wants to miss that stride. Neat looking one, fresh and feminine, and I love her standing there. It's just on the move. Well, we got to pick on her. She gets a little off there in her loin. You could see that stride's just not correct. We just got to change that one's running gear to get any higher. Really moderate framed one here in the class. It's big-bodied and deep-sided. You know, she's probably looks really young when you compare to the ones above her. She just got out horsed today. And the young lady rounds out the class, really feminine featured, long-sided one, just too restricted off her skeleton. Nice set of class heifers, very competitive there on the top end.
Up next on the Angus Junior Show will be class number 8, born March 1st through March 6, 2019, just in front of our next division. Class 8 results, or Class 7 results, sorry. Class 7 results. First place, 321, Delaney Jones, Harrod, Ohio. Second, 319, Caden Nowatzki from Michigan City, Indiana. Third, 320, Jack Dameron from Towanda, Illinois. Fourth, 333, Kinnick Paulson, Preston, Iowa. Fifth, 335, Jace Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Sixth, 326, Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Seventh, 330, Kelsey Ray Thies from Leavenworth, Kansas. 8th, 323, Emma Ethington from Avon, Illinois. 9th, 334, Braden Dale Bartlow from Monticello, Illinois. 10th, 327, Stuart Lastovica, Salado, Texas. 11th, 318 is Tori Hearn from Connellsville, Pennsylvania. In your programs, we got one more. 12th place, 331, Natalie Hawkins, Atwood, Kansas. In your programs, the placings for Class 7 are as follows: 11, 2, 3, 1, 8, 6, 10, scratch 7, 12, 4, 9, 5. Once again, 11, 2, 3, 1, 8, 6, 10, scratch 7, 12, 4, 9, 5. In the ring, Class 8, with our judge from Chowchilla, California, Amanda Schnorr. After this, the late junior heifer calf division championship. Knollcrest Farms and the Bennett family from Red House, Virginia, have donated a pick from 3 full sister flush heifer calves as a 2020 Angus Foundation heifer package. The successful bidder will get to choose one heifer at weaning from an elite mating of Thomas Patricia 9705 to KCF Bennett Consent Y75. This exciting heifer package will benefit the Angus Foundation and lead off the National Western Angus Bull Sale tomorrow at 1:15.
Well, folks, if this class of heifers doesn't get you excited to be in the Hereford business, I don't know what would, because the quality represented all the way down in this particular lineup is second to none. And sure, we've got a lot of differences in types and kinds and sizes that are represented throughout. And I won't be the first to argue that our first and our second place heifers are different frame scores. But this young man's heifer that leads off the class puts a lot of neat things together. I love the look, the design, the freshness, the stoutness of foot and bone work, and the way that she handles herself. Sure, she gets a little bit of shoulder, but there's plenty of hip and pin width to go along with it. Young man, congratulations on an excellent female. The heifer that comes second, this is one when she hits the ring, her presence is captivating through that front 1/3 and her head and her neck carriage. To me, she just gets a little narrower gauge than our class winner. She gets a little narrower in her pin set. But boy, this one is excellent on her feet and legs and gets around with tremendous flexibility. If we could just freshen her up through that lower third and open her up just a bit in terms of her overall dimension, she makes a hard run at the class leading role. The heifer in third, here's an excitingly exquisite female up through that front 1/3. I love her dark red color. The longer this female was out here, she just wanted to get a little straighter there in her hock compared to the two that precedes her. I don't think that she has any more dimension and natural width than the heifer ahead of her. She is a shot fresher. If we could just free her up out of that rear skeleton and have her go with a notch more flexibility there from behind, I think she makes a hard run at the class leading role. Folks, that's an excellent trio of females. Congratulations to those exhibitors. The heifer that comes next, here's a big centered, good built kind of a female, one that maybe just gets a little out-horsed in terms of look and design compared to the three that precede her. She's a female that's tremendous in her body mass. If we could just tone her back from a condition standpoint, especially when we get in behind her, I think she starts to move up the class. Here's a heifer that's really good just in terms of her natural lines. She's fresh in her condition. What sorts her down is when we set her into motion, young man. We just need to have her go with more flexibility in those lower joints. She wants to get a little gathered and coarse in her teat placement as well, and that's something I'd like to change on that female, but one that has a great look of balance and very highly presented. Heifer that comes next, one that's a little on the bigger frame side for me. If we could just soften her up in terms of her rib design, I think she starts to move on up in the class. A long-bodied, stout-made kind of a female, though. The heifer that comes next, one that's smooth-made. She's big-bodied. She gets around the ring with comfort and flex. To me, we just need to have this female go with more natural width and dimension. Need to have her more opened up in terms of her upper rib cage to start to move up as well. Heifer that comes next, a moderate low input kind. I like the body shape and dimension. It's structure that sorts her down, and we just need to have her go with more comfort out of that rear skeleton. Heifer that comes next, powerful, stout, and dimensional. In terms of her front skeleton, she just gets too opened up in her blade. Need to have that female go with more comfort and flexibility off both ends as well, but she's big-centered. Young man's got a nice breeding piece there. Here's a heifer, extra big-footed and stout-boned. I like her dimension. To me, she's just a little on the bigger side. If we could just tone her down in terms of her frame size or complement that frame size with just more body mass and capacity, I think she could start to move up as well, because that heifer's got some unique breeding characteristics. Ring-eyed heifer that closes the class, long, smooth-made kind of a female, one that you really have to appreciate the elegance. This is a female a lot of folks will be proud to have in their replacement pen. To me, in this particular class, we just need to redesign her structurally in that front skeleton. We need to have this female go with just a notch more authority and more capacity throughout. But folks, let's put our hands together for an excellent set of females that we should be proud of in the Hereford breed.
Up next in the ring will be Class 770 Horn Junior Yearling Females, also the next division. Here's the results on Class 769 Horn Spring Yearling Females and your division championship. First place, 807. Berkeley McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma, and Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second, 802. Blake Breeding, Miami, Texas. Third, 798. Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Fourth, 812. Blake Lee Hayes, Ada, Oklahoma. Fifth, 801. Dylan Wayne Kotkamp, Clayton, Indiana. Sixth, 800. Grady Creamer, Waxahachie, Texas. Seventh, 814. Eric Daniels, Dalhart, Texas. Eighth, 806. Sage Cashlin, Kinsley Cribbs, Gordon, Nebraska. Ninth, 811. Logan and Corey Stumpf from Columbia, Illinois. 10th, 804, Hadley Dunklow from Wayne, Nebraska. 11th, $7.99, Lily Jensen from Wapaka, Wisconsin. And your programs of placings for Class 769 are as follows: 3, 11, 6, 5. Top of the next page, 2, 10, 8, 1, scratch, 9, 4, 7. Your Horn Champion Spring Yearling female is 807. That is MCKY Monroe, 8688, Berkeley and Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Your Reserve Champion Spring Yearling female for the Horned Hereford is 802, B&C Miss Mighty, 8017F, Blake Breeding, Miami, Texas. Once again, the ring next here, Class 770 Horned Junior Yearling females. These born January 24th through February 17th, 2018. This is also your Horned Champion Junior Yearling female selection. Judge, once again, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, a really nice pair of females, both very similar in their frame size. To me, the young man's heifer holds herself together just to that front 1/3 in her neck and her head attachment. She's more refined and smooth there about her skull. Love the way she transitions back into a bold and robust center body, gets around the ring with plenty of flexibility. She's a little heavier in her condition, but boy, I think this one gives us a tremendous brood cow look and will make an awesome breeding piece for this young man. The heifer that comes second, another one that you really have to appreciate, just the brood cow potential and fundamentals that this female offers. She's bold and robust in that rib design. She's moderate and sensible in that frame size. It's her rear skeleton that sorts her second. If we could just have her go with a notch more comfort and flexibility in that hock, I think she starts to make a hard run at the division leading role. Folks, let's put our hands together for another excellent set of females.
A class here on the Angus side, a little more difficult to sort. I don't think there's one or two that just jumps up and grabs your attention and kind of have to run with. In this class, you kind of have to find some gives and takes and a little bit of differences in each one of these. Heifer that's going to start the class, you know, I'm a sucker for a good-looking one, and she does do that, and she's stout, and she's powerful, and she's bold. You know, maybe is she as long-necked as the two that are behind her? She's not. Is she as neat-headed and jawed as the two are behind her? She's not. It's just from her shoulder back, there's so much power and so much substance, and then you put her in motion, she still glides really well. That's a neat female. Maybe runs downhill, maybe a nickel chest, I guess, if you want to criticize one, or you could criticize her condition. But for me, I think at this stage of the game, that is a powerful rascal that's stout and good looking. Maybe just need to clean up that jawline. The heifer that's in second and third, this pair is pretty challenging. I'll be the first to admit you could do a lot of different things, and the one that we're going to go with, I love her foot size, I like her bone work, I like this one from her midrib back. I think her tail head sits in her right in terms of her hooks to pins. I like the condition in terms of being fresh that she's in. I just like her balance in terms of her top line. Now, when you step in this heifer and you study her, I don't like her right there behind her blade. I think she is just maybe not as genuine there and maybe not as true there as we'd like her to be, but she is big-footed, she's stout, she's good-hipped and hind leg. The heifer that comes next, I think this is going to be a fun, big one for the young lady because she is so good-headed, she's so good in terms of her jawline. That neck comes right at the top of her blade. She's good in her forb and hard. She gives you an awfully neat look from her midrib forward. I guess today I pick on her hip maybe just a little bit, and the way that tail head sits in her, and sometimes she don't want to relax for you, so it kind of throws the way that's assembled off just a little bit, but that's sure a good one. That's going to be fun to show here in the near future. The heifer that's the intriguing one that comes next is the one that comes next. This one's bold, and this one's stout on the top part of her skeleton. She is wide pinned. She's wide when you step behind her. Her upper rib cage age is almost ideal. I guess for me, when you compare to the top two or top three, maybe don't have that extra length aside, and I'm one that likes a longer kind of cattle, I'd like to change her right there in her loin and the way that all attaches, but that is a good female that is stout and bold, just need a little more length to her. Female that comes next, this one was one that caught my eye, I'll be honest, at the beginning, because young lady just does an awfully good job of pulling her together. Her midrib is correct in terms of the shape of it. She's one that's really smooth in terms of that form and heart, maybe just a little rounder in her hip. If you watch that hawk and pasture and go, maybe not as comfortable. Brood cow comes next. Love this one standing still. When we just get that one in motion, she gets a little upright in that blade. That knee kind of wants to push forward. Not as comfortable off the front too. But standing there, she just got cow power written all over her. She's sure stout and powerful. She's going to be fun to play with. Next young lady that comes, you just brought a good female. And I think she's in the right shape if you want to kind of keep showing and go on to junior nationals. I saw this young lady in the Red Angus show, and she's got some good ones. She's got some good quality. And I think at the end of the day, we got to remember this is what it's about. The young junior's starting. She told me this is her first Denver, and she's pretty excited. That's just a feminine featured female. I just needs a touch more power. Bigger framed heifer that comes next, and neat from the side. And I don't want you guys to think I don't like big cattle. I do like big cattle, but she is just maybe too flat for me. If you've watched previous classes, I got to have some width down low and width through that sternum and wide when you get behind her. She just gives up that a little bit. This is a really neat one that comes next, and she's kind of hard for me to just study. Those front toes are just a nickel long, and she wants to toe out up front. But when she's stopped and pulled together, she is bold on the top part of her skeleton. She's bold in her center body. She just don't move that hawk as comfortable as we need her. She gets a little shorter in her hip, and I think that correlates down low when you watch her go away. That hawk needs to be a little better when she goes out and moves. So the next two, similar kind of cattle. They're just sound, functional, big-bodied cattle. They just need a touch more gas to them today. They need a touch more with the base when you step behind them. Nice set of heifers all the way through. Challenging class, but congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you, Amanda. We'll go to the other side of the show ring, catch us up on results here. We've got a division championship coming in the ring, though, right now. This is all your division champ reserves. This is the Horn Champion female selection with our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Going back to the division, and that class 770, 816 and 817 were both scratches. First place and champion, 820, Purple Shirley, Riley Gregory, Rhodes, Carlinville, Illinois. That's your class winner for 770 and your Horn Champion Junior Yearling female. Your reserve is 821 and second in the class, Lady Gaga, Tyler and Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Once again in the ring, this is your Horn Champion female selection for the Hereford Junior Show. Graham Blagg, our judge from Spring Hill, Kansas, born and raised in Northern California, attended Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma. He was a member of the livestock judging team that saw great success throughout the year and was named to the All-American team. He attended Texas A&M University, where he was a member of the 2012 judging team. He was a high individual overall at the North American International Livestock Exposition in Louisville, Kentucky. Graham graduated from Texas A&M with a bachelor's in animal science before going to work for a purebred seed stock marketing company. Now, in January 2017, Graham started his own seed stock marketing business, Innovation Ag Marketing LLC, a progressive consultation marketing firm that represents a variety of different breeds and breeders across the nation. In addition to that, Graham serves as a marketing representative and consultant for several purebred operations in the United States and in Canada, too. Graham and his wife, Casey, live in Spring Hill, Kansas, just south of Kansas City, where his wife, Casey, works for Merck Animal Health as a swine marketing manager. Graham and his family continue to raise and market purebred Hereford cattle in both California and Kansas. For this Horn Champion female selection, our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Back over on the Angus side real quick here. In the ring, this will be first and seconds for the late junior heifer calf division championship with our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Going back to Class 8, here's the results. First place, 351, Millie Lashmet, Winchester, Illinois. Second, 341, Paige Limenager from Hudson, Illinois. Third place is 337, Kara Cummings from Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth, 342, Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Fifth, 343, Reese McKenzie Anderson, Crispin, Illinois. Sixth, 347, Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Seventh, 345, Celie Rose Bidwell from Holt, Missouri. In eighth, 350, Skylar Bennett, Winchester, Indiana. 9th, 348, Rob Oakley, Livingston, Tennessee. 10th, 339, Chase Cummingore from Madras, Oregon. 11th, 340, Natalie Hawkins, Atwood, Kansas. In your program, the placings for Class 8, 3, 10, 11, 2, 4, 5, 7, 6, 9, 8, 1 scratch. Once again, 3, 10, 11, 2, 4, 5, 7, 6, 9, 8, 1 scratch. First and second to ring late junior heifer calf division championship. There'll be a short picture break after the selection on the Hereford side, after this horn champion and reserve champion are selected, before we get into the polled classes. A short picture break after the selections.
Before we find you a champion reserve here in the March-April division, please put your hands together for what a competitive last few classes that we've had. The Angus thing, and you'll probably hear me say this a lot, it is near and dear to my heart, and to stand in the ring and watch good ones after good ones come into the ring, and there's a lot of good cattle I had to send back that I'll probably think about for a long time and watch them in terms of how they're going to progress as big ones. That just says something for what you breeders are doing. Hopefully you're able to follow me along. I just like good cattle, and maybe for some of you I like them a little different than most. I like to see them stout, and I think it starts at the ground. I like big-footed, big-bone, wide sternum cattle that are wider behind when you get behind them, and then with all that, I think they got to give you a look. And I think when you bring these class winners as well as the second ones out here, these do that. I guess some of you might say you can't figure out what size I like. I don't think size needs to come into play. I just think good cattle are good cattle. And I think these class winners do that extremely well. I'm going to talk each one of them because I know there's a lot of time and there's a lot of money that goes into these projects, and I just feel like it's to the juniors' benefit to realize how good an animal they have, even though they don't get the purple banner or the reserve. The one that comes out of the first class, that was a challenging class. That was a duo of heifers that are very different in terms of their type and kind. To me, this one was a little fresher headed and necked, a little tighter in her jaw, and I thought she got around just a nickel better. But when you bring her back out here, she just balances up so well, and she's so good in terms of her center body. Maybe not as bold and maybe not as stout in terms of that upper hip, but sure a good one. The one that's probably the most different out here is the one that comes out of the second class. She is one that is so unique between her head and the way that neck comes out of the top part of her blade, her foot, her bone work, and then you set that rascal in motion, and she just gets out and goes. I guess for me as when you step in and study her, is she as truly good in her forb and heart as some other ones in here, because she's so big-haired, and maybe that tail head gets a little high if you want to pick on one. But on the outside looking in, she just has so many unique pieces for the breed that you get excited about. Heifer that comes next, maybe not the big-haired one as we've seen in the two in front of her, but this thing is stout, and this thing is big-footed. She's big-boned, and where I love this one is right behind her blade, how square and bold she is. She's good in her forb and heart. I like the length and extension to her hip. You set that one in motion, and I think that one, she beat a very, very good one that was in the second hole. I think she's a little more comfortable there at the ground in terms of the way she handles that hawk and pastern. Maybe does her necktie a little lower than the one that's ahead of her? It does. I'll be the first to admit is she is tight in terms of that jawline as the one that's in front of her. She's not, but I think that one is awfully, awfully good, has some neat pieces that brings to the table. Heifer comes next. Heavy muscled, and that's why she won that class. You get behind her, she's big top, she's wide pinned, she's big footed, big bone. Her rib cage is right. It comes right out of the top of her spine with that good curve. Maybe not those big sappy middled cattle that we've seen earlier. She just has that good spring to her rib. I'd like to maybe change the shoulder and the way that shoulder lays into her, maybe got a little more in terms of the point of that shoulder, push that knee back ever so slightly, but from her mid-rib back, she's pretty fun. One that rounds out the class, or the division, I guess, the last class that we've seen is just stout. Brood cow. that's massive and big-bodied and deep-sided. Is she jammed up front? She is. We've seen maybe a little more better-looking ones up through that head and neck than she is, but I think she is so good from her mid-rib back in terms of all the substance and power she brings here in this division. So strong division. I think it is very close. It's going to be fun to watch what happens with these heifers as they mature in their future. It's going to be fun to see what happens also in the open show because there's so many different ways you can sort them. One more time, put your hand together for a strong division. We'll go find you a champion or reserve.
Well, folks, on the Hereford side, let's put our hands together for a tremendous lineup of horned Hereford females. Exhibitors, you should be proud of the fact that not only you have the opportunity to grow up in the agricultural industry and the cattle business, but be proud of the fact that you're here in Denver, Colorado in the Champion Drive in the Horned Hereford Show, because this is something that a lot of folks, a lot of kids will never have the opportunity to experience. So soak in the bright lights and the atmosphere and the Coliseum feel, because this is your time, and my hat's off to each and every one of you exhibitors and the family members and the breeders that are behind a tremendous set of cattle. Folks, we'll go through just briefly because I think that there's still enough differences, although the similarities in these cattle of structure, body mass, and freshness are the underlying denominator, but the differences are the young man's heifer out of the first class, ultra attractive, smooth made. I love this one's look and balance and what this one will develop into a year from now, just how chiseled that front third is and good in her rib design. She handles herself with a lot of athleticism. Not the stoutest one in the world, not the most dimensional when you get in behind her, but that one's high quality. Young lady's heifer that comes out of the second class or division, huge-footed and boned, stout constructed, one that the longer she's out here maybe wants to just get a little weaker on the back of her blade and wants to stretch those front wheels up a little bit, but boy, that one is stout and dimensional, and it goes along. I mean, I know she's got a little extra birth weight carrying it, but that doesn't bother me. I think this one's high quality as well and has a bright future for this young lady. The fall heifer, pair of females out of that division, extra good in terms of their build for the numbers that were represented. A lot of quality in those division and reserve winners. Young lady's heifer had the advantage just in terms of body mass, shape, and dimension up high. I love her foot and her bone work and her stoutness. That'll be a fun breeding piece for that young lady. Single entry out of our summer division, and this is one, not to sound cliche like earlier, but this one could stand some competition in that summer division. She's good looking, she's smooth made, she's good in her lines. She maybe wants to get a little upright there in terms of her hock placement, but still, I think that's a high-quality female. Young lady's out here having a great time, what it's all about. Young man's heifer that comes out of a very competitive class that had 12 or 13 or 15 heifers deep in terms of quality. I think this female gives us a tremendous look at quality. I love her stoutness and footwork and bone. She's fresh for this stage of the game. I think a female you just have to love the depth of body, the spring of rib, and still how she carries herself with power and substance. This female by no means is narrow-based or flat. There's dimension, and a three-dimensional build is what she offers with a classy look about her. The heifer out of the final division's one that's sensible in her frame size. She's going to make an awesome brood cow for this young man. I love the basic build she offers and how she carries herself. Comparatively, she's maybe just a little plainer up through that front 1/3. But boy, this young man's got him a heck of a good brood cow prospect in the making. Folks, I think you could go a number of different ways. Let's put our hands together. I'll pick you a pair of champions.
While he's making his selection on that side, Graham Bragg, our judge from Spring Hill, Kansas, on the Hereford side. Let's go back and catch you up on that Angus division. Late junior heifer calf champion 304. Kaylee Langford, Breckenridge, Texas, with UDE Ellie 9197. And your reserve comes from your champions from Class 6, your reserves from Class 5, 291, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. The name of that animal, UDE Ellie 9230. Both the sire and the dam were the same on both of those winners for that division. Up next, Class 9 in the ring. Birth dates February 19th through February 28th, 2019 on the Angus side.
Folks, when they look like that and are that size, it's hard not to love them. I think for reserve, the one I anticipate to look like that a year from now will be your first division. Congratulations.
Your horn champion, Hereford female, is 807. That comes out of that spring yearling female division. That is MCKY Monroe 8688, Berkeley and Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. The reserve horned champion female, 755. That comes out of the spring heifer calf division and class 761C. That is BK Goodpoint, 937 GET, Claiborne and Eli Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Short picture break on the Hereford side, and then we'll get into the polled classes. Once again, over on the Junior Angus show in the ring, class number 9. And our next division, the Junior Heifer Calf division. Judge is Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Keep in mind the official livestock photographer for the National Western is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the ring and at the backdrop, and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com.
Over on the Angus side, I think these top two are very different. But I think they're truly high-quality cattle that any one of us can probably take home and be proud to own them. The one that we're going to start with today, I think, has a touch more extension all the way through. One that her head and neck tie a little higher at the top part of her blade. She's bold in the top part of her rib cage. I love the way she kind of just gives you that neat look from a profile view and the extra just length of side that she has. To me, I think, you know, she give up the extra mass and the bone that we've been visiting about compared to the one that's behind her? She does, and I'll be the first to admit. And every once in a while, that left hind leg just doesn't want to cooperate as well. But I think she takes a longer, freer stride. I think she's a little more genuine in terms of just her structure at the ground than that's the one behind her. One behind, you know, I've been talking foot and bone and stout and being bold all day. She has those things, and I like that. Standing there, we all tie to her pretty fast. But if you study her head and neck, maybe a little jammed up front there. She kind of wants to run downhill. And to be honest, her hawk and pastern just bother me a little bit. Maybe this is her first show out. Maybe she's not, you know, kind of nervous, but she just doesn't get out there and glide as smooth as I would like. But she has so much power and so much massive. I'd just like to see a little more bend, I guess, from hawk to pastern to get her to be really competitive. Some might love this one in third, and I do. I think this one's just going to get better and better and better. For me, I think this is one that kind of ties into that junior national candidate. One that's what you see is what you get. Maybe not as big-haired as those two above her, but she is so feminine featured, so well-balanced, so sound-structured. Just gives up the extra mass today. For me, we've been on this trend of being stout and powerful, and that's where she gives up just a little bit. And that right hind leg just wants to come in, maybe not as truly wide at the ground. Heifer comes next. Young man has just good cattle after good cattle, and he's just getting in them competitive classes. Head and neck, just beautiful. Her mid-rib is just absolutely perfect in terms of the way that chest, mid-rib, and flank balance up. We just got to change her running gear when you get behind her. Not as true and not as athletic. Stout, powerful one that's more moderate in terms of her frame size, but when you get underneath her and start to study her, she gets upright in that blade, or she wants to turn out a little bit up front, and that's one thing we got to change about her, but sure, a good-bodied one. I really like this heifer that comes next. I think this young man has a good female. I think she's a little greener than maybe some of those that are above her, maybe more moderate in terms of her frame size than those ones above her, but she's stout, she's square, she's bold. I guess for me, I'd like to change her there in her forb and heart. Maybe it opens up at the top part of her shoulder, maybe not as neat in terms of that front one-third and the way it's assembled. Compliments to the young lady that comes next. This heifer is just not wanting to be a good teammate today. She just doesn't like the spotlight right now, but stick with it. She will calm down the more you work with her, but a nice, sound-structured, big-bodied one just gets outmassed today. And the heifer that rounds out the class, I like how feminine featured she is. I like her body depth. We just got to change that one underneath, get some more bone and foot and sounder when she goes away from you. Nice set of heifers all the way through, very competitive.
Here's results on class number 9 on the Junior Angus Show. First place, 203, Grace Sheets, Niota, Illinois. In second, 205, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third, 207, Callie Ann Knott, Leoto, Indiana. Fourth place, 209, Bowen Bridges, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Fifth, 201, Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Sixth, 202, Veda Vickland, Longmont, Colorado. Seventh, 208, Catherine Slater, Yam Hill, Oregon. In 8 to 11, Madeline Albin, Red Lodge, Montana. And your programs, the placings for class number 9 are as follows: 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, scratch, 8. In the ring next for the Angus Junior Show, class number 10. Birthdates range from February 9th through February 16, 2019. Our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Looks like the pictures are over with for the Horned Championship. We start with the polled spring heifer calves for the Hereford Junior Show, Class 771. These heifers born May 3rd through June 6, 2019. Our judge, Graham Blagg, once again from Spring Hill, Kansas. Class 771 in the ring at this time. We have several classes in this first division. the spring heifer calf division for the polled Hereford. Once again, we'd like to thank our stadium arena sponsors, Big Bubba's. It's getting close to lunchtime, so when you get the urge for some great food while you're here at the National Western, don't forget the South Food Court, where you'll find mouth-watering ribs at Big Bubba's Bad Barbecue, and everything garlic at Garlicki's, and juicy hamburgers with all the fixings at Good Old Burger. Great service and great food. Thank you, Big Bubba's. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer. Also want to thank Saunders Construction, locally founded in 1972, now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the state. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. If you're looking for your next career, visit www.saundersinc.com for complete information. Also want to thank our new sponsor this year, the Colorado Farm Show. They're proud to support the National Western, and they invite you to attend the 56th Colorado Farm Show coming up at the end of this month in Greeley at Island Grove Regional Park, January 28th, 29th, and 30th. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. Check out the Colorado Farm Show brochures available ringside in the stands, or come up to the announcer stand and I'll give you one. Complete details and an online digital brochure is at coloradofarmshow.com. Thanks once again to Big Bubba's, John Deere, Saunders Construction, and the Colorado Farm Show, our sponsors of the National Western Stock Show Stadium Arena Livestock Shows. Over on the Angus side, we'd like to recognize our National Junior Angus Board of Directors that are helping us for today's show. Grady Dickerson, Leadership Director, junior at Fort Hays State University, majoring in biology and secondary education. Also Director Kelsey Maraska from Oklahoma State University, sophomore there, majoring in ag communications and ag business, dual major. Director Daniel Rohrbaugh, sophomore at Kansas State University, majoring in ag business and minoring in animal science. Director of the Foundation, Dylan Denny, sophomore, Oklahoma State University, majoring in agribusiness. Director Regan Score, sophomore, Oklahoma State University, majoring in ag communications and a minor in food science. And once again, helping us with the awards and the ribbons, I'd like to thank Miss Iowa Angus Allie Bieber, junior at Walk-On High School, and also the 2020 Miss American Angus, a freshman at Oklahoma State University, majoring in animal science with a business minor, Eva Hendrickson. Thank you to all of our junior Angus Board of Directors and our queens and royalty for helping us with today's show.
Well, a really nice class of May polled heifers as we start in. And the young lady's heifer that leads off the class puts so many neat things together. Not only is she elegant in her design and big-footed and big bone, she gives us a tremendous look on the standstill. She's maybe wanting to fight the chain a little bit here today, but boy, that's one that you can really tie to and hang your hat on because of her build, her look, her freshness, and her basic design. I like that one a great deal. The young lady's heifer that comes next, one that's very appropriate in terms of her size compared to some of the other cattle we have in class. I think she's very youthful in her type and kind. I like her foot and her bone work and the way that she utilizes her hip and her hind leg. Compared to our class winner, she maybe gives up some of the extra look and extension from that shoulder forward, but this one is bold-bodied, square-built, green as a gourd, and I think has a bright future for this young lady. The heifer that comes next is one that gives us a really attractive look in terms of her design. For me, she's just a little narrower gauged and a little flatter in her basic build. I think a heifer, if we could just rock her back in that shoulder angle, we can start to move her on up the line. But a high-quality female, a young lady, does a nice job. The heifer that comes next, she's wanted to fight the lead, and this one has a lot of quality. She's stout in her basic build. She's big-footed and stout-made. She's maybe not wanting to go just as comfortably today. She's wanting to fight that lead and swing her tail, but I think that one is square-hipped, big-topped, and wide-based. We just need to have her go with a little more flex today, and I think she will as she starts to relax. The heifer that comes next, here's one that's stout and powerful. To me, she's just a little quicker in her kind. She gets a little off and short in her hip structure. To me, this one's big-footed and boned and offers a unique and youthful look. We just need to lengthen and level her up in her hook and placement, and as she starts to move up the line. The heifer that comes next is long and extended. I think this female is good in terms of her structure. She gets around the ring with plenty of flexibility and comfort. To me, she just gives up the extra look and design to that front 1/3. She gets a little narrower based underneath and gets a little more concave in her rib design. The heifer that comes next, what sorts her and the one behind her is the fact that she just offers a more feminine and youthful look. She's better in her lines. She too gets a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder and design, and that's what sorts her down. The heifer that comes next is stout and powerful. To me, just a little too coarse for my personal preference. I'd like to smooth her up at that point of that shoulder and have her transition more seamlessly into that rib design, but that's a stout three-dimensional one with some unique breeding pieces. The next two heifers that close out the class, ones that are just at a disadvantage in terms of weight per day of age at this stage of the game. But folks, an excellent way to begin our Polled Hereford show. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Let's put our hands together.
Really nice class here in the February division. Two different types of females here, and I think you could, pick some things apart about each one of them, but there's things that I actually love about each one of them. One we're going to start with, as I said in prior classes, I like the extra extension in cattle, the extra length to their side, and this one has it. Her necktie is so high at the top part of her blade, and she just gives you that flashy wow factor when you step off the side of her. Maybe does she kind of want to get a little pinch there behind her blade compared to the one that's in second and is powerful there right in her forehead and hard as the one in second? She's not, and I'll be the first to admit that. But when you step behind this female, it's so intriguing the way her hooks and pins tie. She's so wide penned, and then you set her in motion, she gets out there and goes. I just would like to change her right there in her forehead and heart, and that's where the one in second does have the advantage. The one in second is so bold and so powerful there behind her blade. She assembles really well behind her shoulder and her forehead and heart. She's deep and balances up extremely nice. Maybe gives up the extra length aside as the class winner, maybe the length to her hip as the class winner does, and that's why she finds herself here in the second hole. But that's a good female. I think both those are high quality. You could do a lot of different things, make your preference. A neat female here in third that just got in a tough class. Heavy muscled, big topped and big ended, and she's got all the width of base that you like. I guess when you compare to those two above her, she gets a little rounder in terms of her hip structure. Maybe just don't flex and hinge as well as we need to off them rear two, and that's why she sits in the third hole. A nice big bodied, cowy featured one that comes next, and I hate to put her this low because she's so huge middled and so deep sided. Just gets a little flat there in the upper part of her hip. Maybe not as true in terms of her genuine width of base face all the way through, and if you can see, she gets a little open at the top part of her shoulder. Young man has a nice heifer that I really like the cowiness of this female. So huge middled and so deep-sided. I guess when you truly step to her, maybe a little pinched in her forb and hard, I think that big midrib takes away from her balance and her design aspect of things. That's a good female that has some good pieces. I think once you kind of suck that condition off of her and allow her just to view her for what she is, that is a good heifer there. Big-footed, big-bone female that's got the width of base, maybe just not as sound. You could see as she goes out, she wants to kind of, not as flexible off that hawk and down to the ground. I'd like to see her just move just a nickel better than what she does. Really nice female that I love from her shoulder back. Standing there, she grabs your attention. I guess when we get her on the move, just too restricted off both ends, and that's why she sits in that spot. Young lady that comes next, a female that I love her head and her neck and how feminine featured she is and smooth she is through her shoulder, just too restricted off them rear two. You can see her as she goes, those ankles want to pop. I just got to relax her and relax the way her spine lays in her to get her go. Young man, you got a tough class because you brought good cattle that is going to be a nice brood cow for you. We just got to see her go a touch better at the ground. I think she just gets a little more shorter strided than we'd like to see out here, but a nice female that the young man rounds the class out with. Competitive all the way through, and congratulations to those exhibitors.
Catch us up on results here. Let's stick on the Junior Angus side. Here's results on class number 10, as placed by our judge from Chowchilla, California, Amanda Schnorr. First place, 216, Sydney Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio. Second, 215, Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. In third, 219, Dawson Lee Del Porto from Oakley, California. Fourth, 220, Megan Pallon from Jefferson, Maryland. Fifth, top of the next page there, 222, Nolan Anderson, Los Olivos, California. Sixth place, 221, Ben Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Seventh, 218, Nicole Stevenson, Joliet, Montana. In eighth, back over the next page, 68, Allison Stanek from Hayward, Minnesota. Ninth, 217, Tyler Kraft, Fort Collins, Colorado. Here's in your program's class 10, the placings 2, 1, 9, 7, 3, 4, 6, 5, 8. In the ring class 11, birth dates range February 5th through February 7th. Our judge, once again, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Class 11 in the ring for the Junior Angus Show. Back over the Hereford side of the ring at this time, Class 772 Polled Spring Heifer Calves. These born April 20th through April 30th, 2019. Here's results on that last class, 771. First place, 829, Veda Anna Hans Vickland, Longmont, Colorado. Second, 978, Kennedy Jean Hoffman, Thedford, Nebraska. In third, 834, Berkeley, Camden, Denver, McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Fourth, 839, Josh Albrecht from Oroville, California. In fifth, 832, Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones, Darlington, Wisconsin. Sixth, 828, Elizabeth Lindsay and Maverick Pugh from Louisville, Ohio. Seventh, 835, Sarah McCann Harpst from Jacksonville, Oregon. Eighth, 827, Parker and Regan Bischoff from Huron, South Dakota. Ninth, 830, Jason Diaz from Fort Morgan, Colorado. 10th, 831, Cade Connell, Wheatland, Wyoming. Program placings for Class 771 Polled Spring Heifer Calves on the Hereford side. Scratch, 8, 6, 1, 9, 10, 5, 2, scratch. Top of the next page, 3, 7, 4. Once again in the ring, Class 772 Hereford Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Our judge, none other than Graham Lag from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, an interesting class on the Polled Hereford side, and I think we've got a trio of these females on the front end that are awfully high quality. To me, the young man's heifer that whizzed off the class just does so because of her basic advantage in balance and design. When he gets this female pulled together, she gives a look of balance that's second to none. Love the way that neck ties in so high, and she's neat-chested. She transitions so well back into that center rib. She's green in her condition, but still she handles herself with so much athleticism on the move, and I think this is one that makes a tremendous female a year from now as this young man gets her bred and brings her back to campaign her. An awfully high-quality one to lead off the class. The heifer in second, there's no question that she's more sensible in her frame size. She's bolder in her upper rib cage, but to me, this female just gives up that extension through that shoulder forward. I think a heifer you really have to appreciate just in terms of her basic build and her stoutness and genuineness of rib design. If we could just clean that front 1/3 up just a nickel, I think she makes a hard run at the class leading role. The heifer that comes in third, stout in that upper hip and pin set. She's big boned and stout made. To me, she just gets a little rounder at the point of her shoulder as she transitions back into her heart. I think that's a female, though, that offers a world of potential and future for that young man. The heifer that comes next is one that's big-centered. She's deep-bodied. She gets a shot more compact just in terms of her basic kind. I wish that she'd go with more comfort and flexibility out of that rear skeleton. If she starts to redesign that female structurally, she starts to move up in class. The heifer that comes next is good in her upper rib design. She's stout made. She's one that gets around the ring with a little bit of comfort and flexibility. If we could just redesign that female in terms of her front shoulder and square her up in her front end, I think she starts to move on up in the class as well. Stout made and three-dimensional, a nice brood cow prospect. The heifer that closes the class, extended, good in her lines, and has plenty of length of body. To me, it's structure and body mass and the basic fundamentals is what sorts her down. But a nice set of females. Let's put our hands together for our Polled Hereford exhibitors.
There's results on Class 772A Hereford Polled Spring Heifer Calves. First place goes to 977. Braden Pacheco, Paso Robles, California. 977 was first. Second place, 841. Will Free King from Alpha, Minnesota. Third, 842. Mason Allen, Schulenburg, Texas. Fourth, 845. Bradley Atkins, Shamrock, Texas. Fifth, 844. Hannah Williams, Kearney, Nebraska. Sixth, 843. Hannah Gallegos, Grapevine, Texas. Your program placings for 772A are as follows: 2, 3, 6, 5, 4, 1. Up next, Class 772B, Hereford Polled Spring Heifer Calves, born April 1st through April 11, 2019. Judge once again on that side, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Some of you along ringside might think, oh, maybe she just changed gears in terms of not wanting them stout. I still want them stout, but I think in this pair, what sorts it is just being more athletic, one that's a little fresher headed and necked and a little tighter jaw. Everywhere that's going to start. Is she the biggest? She's not. But is she the smallest? She's not there. I think if you just truly study her, build for build, that is just a good built kind of female. Her head and neck come out of the top part of her blade. She's bold in her center body. She's square and wide in terms of her pin placement. You know, she probably is one of the lighter conditioned females in the class, and I'd say she's still as wide as some other cattle. She is just a genuinely good built kind of cattle that is sound structured and just gets out there and goes. I just love that one's look from the side. I think that one is very, very good. One that comes in second, she hit me hard. This is a stout featured female. She's bold and she's powerful behind her blade. She's wide pinned when you get behind her. She's got that turn, good turn to her rib cage. Young lady gets her stopped and pulled together, and she gets you excited. I guess where I start to pick on this female is when you set her in motion, her left leg is just not wanting to just flex, and she's just not wanting to get out there and just motor around like the class winner. I think that pair's close. For me, I just think it was just being more athletic in the class winner, and that's why I flipped that pair right at the end. Nothing to take away from the heifers in third and fourth. I think they're similar in their mirror type and kind. They're big-bodied. They're stout cattle. They've got brood cow written all over them. I guess for me, it's just structure. I have to stick to the roots. I like big-footed, stout-featured cattle, but with muscle and power and bone, they still got to be able to flex right. And if you study these cattle out their hip and hind leg, they're just not as coordinated as the ones that are above them, and that's why they sit in those holes. Heifer that comes next, I think she's green. I'll be the first to admit this one is green compared to the ones that are above her, and I think that is a positive in the long run. I think her future is going to be bright because she's so bold, she's so stout. I love her pin width. I love how much muscle she has. The thing I pick on her today, and maybe it's her first show out, is she gets a little straight up front. She wants to toe out ever so slightly. Maybe not as genuine from the knee down to the ground. Heifer comes next. Young lady, you keep bringing good cattle after good cattle. Huge middled and deep-sided and awfully neat. I guess, I said this from the beginning of the show. I'm particular on condition, and I'm particular on keeping them fresh as calves, especially in their jaw and their neck. I just wish she was a little fresher there, a little more youthful. The next two heifers that come, I think they're going to be better big ones. Maybe I'm not as good in terms of predicting them as I should, but if you just study these cattle, they're balanced well. They're good in terms of their lines. They're good in terms of their turn to the rib cage. I just think they just need a touch more power today in the ring to get really competitive. Young lady's heifer in the yellow sweater. I like that heifer standing. I just need to change her hip and hind leg and way it coordinates. And the heifer that rounds out the class, nothing to take away from this heifer because she's stout and she's powerful and she's a brood cow. She's just pushing too much condition for me, and that's why she hits it at the bottom. But a nice set of heifers all the way through. Intriguing one there to start the class.
Up next on the Junior Angus Show will be class number 12, just in front of our next division championship. Here's results on class 11. First place 380, Colin Dietzman and Dietzman Farms, Leesburg, Indiana. In second, 227, Brandon Pacheco from Paso Robles, California. In third, 226, Rowdy Van Zee, Sioux Center, Iowa. Fourth, 225, Lane Lasnick, Painesville, Ohio. In fifth, 228, Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. 6, 234, Trista Bates, Manhattan, Montana. 7, 231, Jelani King, Wacomas, Oklahoma. 8th, 232, that's Mia Allison, Yukon, Oklahoma. 9th, 235, Corey Kirsten, Gretna, Nebraska. In your program, the placings for Class 11 are as follows. Scratch 4, 3, 2, 5, 7, 8, 6, 9, 1. Once again, scratch 4, 3, 2, 5, 7, 8, 6, 9, 1. In the ring, Class 12, these born January 4th through January 28th, 2019, with our judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. After this class, it'll be Early Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship. A message from the Angus Association. Make sure to join them tomorrow evening at the Ranchers Rendezvous, hosted at Spruce Mountain Ranch. It'll be an exciting evening benefiting the Angus Foundation with both live and online auctions. No ticket is required, and transportation is provided from the National Western to the ranch in Larkspur, just south of Denver. If you have any questions, you're asked to stop by the Angus Foundation booth on the hill.
A lot of differences on the top end of this class, and I think you've got 4 females deep that have tremendous quality. The differences being is the young man's heifer that leads off the class is the one that's without a doubt the most refined and feminine, and I think gives us a tremendous look of balance. She's wanting to fight the halter, and if we give her the benefit of the doubt, this one's awfully good. The spring to her rib design and how she ties into that shoulder design so seamlessly is impressive, and yet she's still stout and square out of her upper hip. She tracks the squarest in terms of her hoof design when we get in behind them, and on the standstill, that one gives us a look that's bulletproof from the side. The heifer that comes second, here's one that's without a doubt a powerful, performance-oriented one. I love the turn and the sweep to her rib design and just how she gets out and goes. To me, this heifer just gets a little bolder at the base of her shoulder. She gets a little bit plainer there about that head and neck compared to our class winner. That's being awfully nitpicky on a high-quality one. If we could redesign this female and how she sets down on her rear heel and just square her up in terms of setting down a notch more secure, I think that would certainly be beneficial to this female high-quality heifer. The heifer that comes next, stout, powerful, and three-dimensional, and with that comes some extra territory. I wish we could just lay her in a notch smoother at the base of her shoulder. If we could just tie her in a notch better, I think this female starts to make a hard run towards the front of this class because she's powerful, she's stout, she's fresh in her condition, and this young lady gets her pulled together with a tremendously good look, high-quality female. The heifer that comes next for the young man, here's one that's very fundamentally correct in her basic build, her structural design, and the turn and sweep to her rib cage. To me, this female just gives up some of the extra look and extension. If we could just smooth her up at the point of that shoulder and give her a shot more power when we get in behind her, I think she starts to move up as well. High-quality female in her own right. The heifer that comes next, without a doubt, one of the greenest in this particular class, and I'm certainly a proponent of that. But to me, this heifer just gives up too much body mass and density for this stage of the game. A female that's extended, she's feminine and refined. Just need to have her have a notch more shape and dimension through that midrib to move her up higher. Heifer that comes next, here's one. You certainly have to appreciate the performance and stoutness. To me, structurally and balance is what's not in her favor. If we could just redesign her in those categories, I think she starts to move up as well. The female that closes the class, one that's certainly wide-topped and thick-ended, just need to have her go with a notch more comfort and functionality as well. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors. Another excellent class of Polled Hereford females. Folks, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Up next, the ring for the Hereford Polled Spring Heifer Calves, born March 13th through the 29th. Here are the results on Class 772B. First place, 860, Bryden Barber, Channing, Texas. In second, 852, Sloan Curtin, Oxford, Iowa. Third, 847, Alexis Black, Streeter, Illinois. Fourth, 854, Jacob Cade and Evan Colt Sims, Edmond, Oklahoma. Fifth, 856, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Cribbs from Gordon, Nebraska. Sixth, 858, Grace Sandberg, Montrose, Colorado. Seventh, 857, Annabelle Sandberg, Montrose, Colorado. Into programs, the placings for 772B are as follows. At the bottom of page 10, 3. Top of the next page, 2, 4, 5, 7, 6, 1. As I mentioned in the ring next, Class 772C Polled Spring Heifer Calves for the Hereford. March 13th through March 29th, 2019 are the birth dates. Our judge once again, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Interesting January class here to wrap out these calf divisions. I was just kind of visiting with some of the ring people. I'll be honest, these calf divisions are truly difficult to sort. We got so many sizes and differences in terms of condition. I think you're probably wondering, what size do I truly like? And I said this earlier, I don't think it has to matter in terms of the size. I'm more particular on the length of skeleton and if they're just good cattle. These two are good, and they're similar in ways, and then they're different in ways. The heifer that's going to win the class, I'm going to tell you first what I don't like about her, and I don't like her knee. I just think her shoulder and her knee bug me, and I do see that, and I'll be the first to admit, but that's getting critical of a good one. And when you get off the side of this one and you watch her head and neck come right at the top of her blade, the extra length aside, she has her hip and hind leg and the way it coordinates together, and then you step in and study her. She's massive, and she's powerful, and she's stout, and she's big-bodied. I like the extra length she has, and that's why she's going to be the one that's in second. I do want to change that front one shoulder on my side just a little bit. I don't think she is as genuine there as the second-place heifer is. I think the second-place heifer is one that we could probably keep out here all day, and she'll just move. She is a sound rascal that just gets around and goes, and then you step in and study her. She's powerful, and she's wide pen, maybe moderate than what we've seen in other divisions, but that's okay to me. And the other thing that I would be concerned about, just a nickel chest down low. Is it fat? No, I just think it's extra skin that kind of throws her underlying balance off, but that's a good female that's in the second hole. Heifer in third, kind of similar to the class winner when they're standing there, the extra extension, the extra length to their side, just the balance aspect in terms of standing and the profile view. But the thing that bothers me is she's too straight off both ends of her skeleton. If you just study her hawk down to the ground, she's just not as comfortable for me in terms of her mobility, but there's too much look, too much power there, so that's why she sits in the third hole. The heifer in fourth and fifth, these two are good cattle. I think they just got in a tough class. This heifer in fourth is going to be fun to watch as she matures. If I had to lay my hat on one to come back next or this summer at Junior Nationals, this would be the one I'd watch because she's so fresh and youthful. She's thin compared to some other ones, and she has that natural width of base, maybe just a little tighter in her forb and heart today, and that's why she gets beat. Heifer that comes next, more moderate and kind of quicker in her overall appearance, a little shorter and rounder in her hip. I just wish I can just lengthen her out there. I really like this heifer that comes next. You know, not the big haired, and that's okay. And I think that kind of sometimes hurts you every once in a while when you start to study width. But that one's just naturally wide and stout and bold, just a little rounder out her hip. This heifer here, I think sometimes if I was you, I'd just let her go. Just let her move and allow that spine to relax because that's a big-bodied, deep-sided, cowy featured one. She just gets sometimes a little high in her spine and uncoordinated off in her hawking pastern. And the heifer we round out the class, I hate to put good ones like this low because she's sound structured, she's big-bodied, she's functional all the way through, just gets a little plainer in overall appearance when we start to compare to those top ones. Nice set of females, very competitive. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Up next, the ring for the Junior Angus show will be the Early Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship. First and seconds in the ring from classes 9 through 12. Speaking of class 12, here's the results. First place, 240, Montana Holzmeyer, Herod, Ohio. Second, 253, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third, 256, Brenna Leanne Bardlow from Monticello, Illinois. Fourth, 242, Ben Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Fifth, 239, Rowdy Van Zee from Sioux Center, Iowa. Sixth, 250, Haley Lynn Bear, Culver, Oregon. Seventh, 249, Nicole Stevenson, Joliet, Montana. Eighth, 243, that is Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. In your program, the placings are as follows for Class 12. 514, 876, scratch 23. Once again, 514, 876, scratch 23. First and seconds back in the ring, classes 9 through 12, Early Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship. Judge once again on that side of the show ring is Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California, graduate from Oregon State University. Amanda and her two sisters grew up showing Angus cattle and show steers. Very competitive on the national level. Amanda now is at home where her and her husband own and operate a custom farming business. She also helps with her family's farm and the purebred Angus cattle. Our judge once again, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California, for this Division Championship for Early Junior Heifer on the Junior Angus Show.
We come to the January-February division. Please put your hands together for a very strong group of cattle that we've had so far. You know, hopefully you're able to kind of see what I like, and it starts at the ground, having some substance and some power and some true width of base, and then when you get off the side of them, they still got to be fresh and youthful-headed. I think the thing that I've been in my head, the roller coaster that's been going on, is so many different sizes in this age and so many different maturity levels, and that's what makes it more challenging, I guess, to sort through. To me, I still think they got to have that neat looking side profile, and they still got to look like a youthful calf at the same time, but at the same time you want them to have some cow power. Let's talk about each one of them. The heifer that comes out of the first class, she beat an awfully good one there in the second hole, and I told you she beat that one because she's more extended up front, she's stouter, she's bolder, she's one that just kind of had the more extension and feminine look than the one that's in second. That one that's in second is massive and has cow power written all over, but maybe just gives up the extra extension as that one did. The one that comes next beat another really good one as well. I love the femininity head of this one and the way that one's shoulder lays into her. She's so long-sided. She's so good in her hooks to pins. I guess where she kind of excels some cattle out here, I think she reaches just a little better from her blade down to her knee. Maybe not as wide through that sternum and forerib as some other ones we've had out here, but I think as she matures and she kind of gets to that big type of show, I think that's going to come this summer. That's just a really good built one that's sound structured. Heifer that comes next, that was an interesting pair, and this one was just sounder built. I'll be the first to admit, I thought this one was better hipped, I thought this one was better hind leg, and I thought she had more flex into her hock and her pastern than that one that was in second. Is she the most moderate framed one out here? She is, and I'll be the first to admit, but man, her head and neck, her jawline, her chest floor, that rascal right there, if she grows and everything comes together, that will be a fun one to feed this summer because she is so well built in just terms of her type and kind. Did she beat a heavy muscled one? She did, and I'll be the first to admit she just won in terms of structure. The heifer that comes next is probably the one that's the most different, probably the one that kind of matches of what we've done in the previous division in terms of being heavy muscled, square built, and wide penned, and big footed, and big boned, and gives you the long side that you need and the extra extension. The biggest thing that's in my mind that's playing, her left shoulder and knee bug me every once in a while. Some days she wants to, or sometimes she wants to just get out there and move, and then sometimes she kind of doesn't want to, get out there and move and bend that knee the way it needs to. So I don't know if that's just because she's been on this concrete forever, but if you just study her on the outside looking in, she's so bold, she's so stout, and I love her hooks to pins, the way it lays into her. I just like her feet and her bone work and how big that is. So it's a tough division. I think you could do a lot of different things. The seconds that are behind me are very, very high quality. You could probably switch a lot of these pairs and there would be no argue from me. But one more time, put your hands together. Very strong division. We'll find you a champion reserve.
Well, a tremendous class as we continue in through the Polled Hereford show. The young man's heifer's wanting to give him a hard time, but when she pulls herself together, this heifer's fresh. She's tremendous in her basic build. She's bold in that rib cage, and this is one that I think I project to be an awfully good one a year from now. Just in terms of how loose-made she is, she lays in neat in that shoulder blade. She's wanting to give him a hard time today, but when she pulls herself together, this one's awfully, awfully good. Congratulations, this young man. Heifer that comes in second, without a doubt, the furthest along in this particular class, and there's no denying it. She's got an extra good look about her through that front 1/3. To me, she just wants to push out too far in that shoulder. She wants to rock out there a little bit in her hock, but that's a female that's tremendously powerful. She's tremendously in her rib cage, just a little too far along for me today. The heifer that comes next, another female that gives us a great look, a balance, and eye appeal. It's what structured, it's what sorts her into third for me. I just would like to lay her back a shot in the angle of her shoulder, and that's being awfully critical of a very high-quality female that gives us a look that's this captivating from the side. This young lady's got a heifer that'll be very competitive for her down the road. The heifer that comes next, young man's got, here's one that's also very genuine movement and her condition. This female's good in terms of her upper rib design, a female that's big-footed and big-boned. To me, she just gets a little narrower base throughout. If we could just open her up, I think time will certainly tell with this female. Be an awfully good one a year from now for that young man. Heifer that comes next is one that's good in terms of her length of top line and levelness from hooks to pins. I like that a great deal about this female and just how natural she remains. For me, it's just the added foot and bone work that we could give this female to move her up. She, too, is wanting to push a little heavier in her condition up through that front 1/3. Need to lean that female up just a nickel, and I think she'll lay in a notch smoother. The heifer that comes next, one that's very attractive in terms of her color pattern. She's good in her top line. She's really good at that upper hip. A female that we just need to soften her up to that lower rib and flank, lean her up a bit in condition as well to move her on up in line. Young man's heifer that comes next is one that's very complete and fault-free. She just gives up some of the extra look and pizzazz to that front 1/3, the femininity that we find in those heifers at the front end of this class. And finally, the young lady's heifer that closes the class is one certainly robust in that upper rib cage and wide-topped. Structurally speaking, we just need to have her go with more comfort and flexibility off both ends. Folks, let's put our hands together for an exceptional set of females again in the Polled Hereford Show.
Just a single entry here on the Angus side, and a good one. I wish she had more competition. Bold, stout, sound, still feminine featured. That one's really, really good. That deserves some competition. Look forward to seeing her come back out in this division. Congratulations to her.
Catch us up on results here. Let's start on that junior Angus side. Go back to that division championship. Early junior heifer calf champion is 240 out of class number 12. It is SCH Phyllis 919, Montana Holzmeyer, Herod, Ohio. The reserve comes from class 10. That's 216, Maple Crest Phyllis 9043, Sydney Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio. And then in class 13, that last single entry class on the junior Angus side, first place 165, Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Up next, the ring will be class 14. Birth dates November 2nd through November 22nd, 2018. We have 4 classes in the senior heifer calf division. Our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Back over on the Hereford side. In the ring at this time is class 772D, Polled Spring heifer calves, just in front of our next division championship. Our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Here's the results on that last class, 772C. First place, 867, Hardy Edwards IV, Winterville, Georgia. Second, 864, Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. In third place, 871, that is Grant and Abigail Kupler from Hinckley, Illinois. Fourth, 862, Will Freeking from Alpha, Minnesota. Fifth, 865, Colin and Landon Dietzman, Leesburg, Indiana. Sixth place, 872, Madison and Megan DeWar from Bakersfield, California. Seventh, 869, Tartut, Rushford, Minnesota. In eighth, 863, Maddie Smith, Athens, Texas. In your programs, placing starting on page 11 for Class 772C, Polled Spring heifer calves for the Hereford, 4, 8, 2, 5. Turn the page, top of page 1736. Once again, the ring Class 772D, Hereford Polled Spring heifer calves with our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. He's our heifers born March 2nd through March 12th, 2019. Our last class before our Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship.
Maybe not a class that's just one that just grabs you and runs away with it. Some differences and some gives and takes. Compliments to the young lady. She said this is her first Denver, and I'll be honest, you got a bright show career ahead of you. You could flat stick one, so this is going to be exciting to watch her future grow up here in the association. The heifer that she brought, I love standing still. Big-footed and big bone, and the length of skeleton that one has. From her shoulder back, there's not much you want to change about her. I guess it's when I get her on the move, I just like to go a touch better than what she does. Heifer that comes in second, 2 and 3 are close to me. The one in second's a little fresher headed, a little tighter in terms of that jawline. I think when you get this one stopped and pulled together, she balances up just a nickel better in terms of her shoulder back to her foreb and heart. Stout, massive one that's big topped and big ended one that comes next, and I appreciate that about her. I think this one probably moves just a touch better at her hip and hind leg. I guess for me, she gets a little open at the top part of her shoulder, a little coarser there in her head, and in terms of her jawline, I just like to make that one just a nickel fresher and make that shoulder lay into her a little nicer. Heifer that comes next is a good female. I think you just got in a tough class with some cattle that have just more power. I think this female's big-bodied and feminine feature. She just closes up at the base of her skeleton. I'd like to see her go just a touch better. Nice set of heifers all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Up next, the ring for the Junior Angus Show, Class 15, birth dates range October 1st through October 24th, 2018. Here's the results on Class 14. First place, 171, Harlow Gorman, Olton, Texas. Second, 170, Maddie Harward, Richfield, North Carolina. Third, 173, Kai Curran from Chariton, Iowa. Fourth, 174, Kelsey Ray Thies of Leavenworth, Kansas. As I mentioned, up next, Class 15. In the ring next, 2 more classes here before we get to our next division championship. Judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California.
Certainly a lot of differences in types and kinds and frame sizes again in this March class as we progress with age. But the young lady's heifer that leads off the class puts the most balance and eye appeal together when we get her on the stand. I think a female that you really have to appreciate just the look and the design that she offers to that front 1/3. You had a female that handles herself with her hip and her hind leg with athleticism, a female that's got plenty of stoutness and squareness when we get in behind her. I'll be the first to admit she's not the boldest or the deepest deepest in terms of her midrib, but I think she's more than ample in terms of her body mass for her condition at this stage of the game. The heifer that comes next is very similar, I feel, in terms of condition to our class winner. The differences are that this female runs downhill a shot compared to our class winner. If we could just pick her up through that front 1/3, this is a very attractive headed and necked female, one that gives us a great deal of balance and eye appeal. I love her hips up to her hind leg and how she carries that at the surface. Bold in that lower rib design. I think time will certainly be on this female's team as she progresses with age. Congratulations, this young lady. The heifer that comes next, powerful, stout, three-dimensional in that rib design. To me, pushing a little heavier in that condition down low and up to that front 1/3. But here's a female that's stout out of that upper hip. She's bold in that rib design. If we could just clean her up to their chest plate and up and through her jawline, I think that female starts to make a hard run at the front of the class. The heifer that comes next, here's one that you have to appreciate, just the stoutness of upper hip and pin width, good in terms of her upper rib design. To me, just gets too tight in her movement. If we have her go with more flexibility out of that rear skeleton, she starts to move on up in class. The heifer that comes next, here's one that's one of the greener in terms of her composition, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that at this stage of the game. She's feminine and refined. It's structure that sorts her where she's at today. I just need to have that female go with more comfort and reach off both ends of her skeleton, but that's a big bone, stout made kind of a female that'll be fun to breed on. The heifer that comes next is attractive. She's long and extended. She wants to roll out in her shoulder. She's pushing heavier in her condition. That female's good in her rib design. If we could just lean her up, I think that female starts to move on up in class as well. The heifer that closes the class, very fundamentally correct. Here's a stout made, big centered kind of a female. She also is just too far along at this stage of the game for me personally, and gives up some of the class and design of some of the females that precede her. Folks, another excellent class of Polled Hereford females. Congratulations.
Up next, the ring first and seconds from classes 771, 772 A, B, C, and D for the Polled Champion Spring Heifer Calf selection. Our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Speaking of that last class, here are the results for class 772D Polled Spring Heifer Calves. First place, 874, Denver, Camden, and Berkeley McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second, 873, Hadley Dunclow from Wayne, Nebraska. And third, 879, Sam and Julia Barron from Lenapaw, Oklahoma. Fourth is a ride-in into programs at 747. Cotton's Grace, Caden Wilson was a ride-in. Fifth, 876, Austin Lane Breeding, Miami, Texas. Sixth, 882, Jackson and Braden Snell, Red Cloud, Nebraska. Seventh, 881, Maddie Smith, Athens, Texas. In your programs, the placings for 772D Polled Spring Heifer Calves are as follows. 215, scratch, scratch. Top of the next page for 13, 3, 7, 6, and then right in a 4. In the ring, Polled Champion Spring Heifer Calf selection, first and seconds in the ring, with our judge, Graham Blagg of Spring Hill, Kansas, born and raised in Northern California. He's got his own seed start marketing business called Innovation Ag Marketing, LLC, a progressive consultation and marketing firm that represents a variety of different breeds and breeders across the nation. He also serves as marketing representative and consultant for several purebred operations in the United States and Canada. Once again, our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. I'd like to thank our National Hereford Queen, Melanie Official from North Carolina, for being here, leading in all the classes and presenting the awards. Thank you, Melanie.
Nice class at October's here. The young man's heifer is just one that at the ground is the bigger footed, bigger bone, one that's just so stout when you get behind her and wide pinned. You know, you could criticize her a little bit in terms of her mobility off that Hawken pastern, but I think she's good enough there. She still gives you a neat look. She's fresh. She's youthful. I just like the width of base through her sternum and the base of her skeleton, just a little better than the one that's in second. The one in second, fresh and neat-headed and necked and tight jawline, and she excels just in terms of structure. That one gets out and goes extremely nice. The thing that I concerned with, she's pretty narrow at the ground in terms of the chest floor she has in her. When you get behind her, she kind of closes up at the ground as well. I just need to see a more genuine width of base, and you're probably thinking, Amanda, these cattle aren't supposed to be stout and square, but that's my kind of cattle. I like some width, and I like some width through their sternum, and that's where I'd like to change that one in second. And that's where this one is pretty neat. Big topped and big ended and has a lot of muscle working within her skeleton. I guess when you study her, I'd like to change her at the ground. She wants to toe out up front a little bit. She's offing her hooks to pins. I'd like to lengthen her out through her hip. Just make her take just a longer, looser stride when you study her. Nice one that comes next. More just a brood cow. I think the young lady, you got to compliment yourself on this one and one that's going to be fun to raise bred nones, because there's some pieces that I really like. She takes a long, loose stride. She's big-bodied. She's deep-sided. It's just when you move yourself up and you start to study her loin and the way her hooks and pins kind of tie in there, that's where I want to change her. Just make her balance up just a nickel better at the top part of her skeleton, but a nice female. Heifer that's more fresh in terms of her overall condition aspect of things is the one that comes next, and I think that's a good thing. What you see is what you get. She's youthful. She's good in terms of the turn to her rib cage. She gets outmassed today when you compare it to the ones above her. The two heifer that come up next, I'm kind of just going to be hard on these cattle because I think they're pushing a little more condition than I'd like to see. You could see around their tail head those pones kind of building up. They just don't get out there and move kind of as well as we'd like them to. Good cattle. We just need to harden them up in terms of their overall condition. Nice Octobers there here in the Angus side.
Well, folks, as we bring our class winners back out in our spring Polled Hereford Heifer Calf Drive, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause for the quality represented. There's certainly some differences in frame sizes and types as they surface, but the common denominator, I feel, is these cattle that have surfaced to the class-leading rolls and second-place finishes are the structural integrity, the look, the design, the body mass, and the fundamentals. The fresher cattle, I feel, are the ones that we have out here in our class-leading rolls, that compositionally they're more right for my personal preference at this stage of the game. And I think that there's a tremendous amount of future in several of these females down the road, depending on which way you prefer to go. I sure wouldn't argue with you because the quality is here, and my hat's off to these exhibitors. The young lady's heifer that comes out of the first class is the May heifer, is one that's so good in terms of her profile and her foot and her bone work and the stoutness that she offers. I love the turn to her rib design. We bring her back out here, and one might question a little bit. She wants to turn that one hock in just a little bit, but that's awfully nitpicky of a very high-quality female. My congratulations to this young lady. The heifer out of the second class, she won that class because of her advantages in look, design, and youthfulness. I love the way that her chest tucks up so neat between her shoulder blade, and she transitions back into a sweep and rib design. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. When we bring her back out here, we might question if there's enough genuine base width and chest width in this female. I sure wouldn't argue with you if this was your choice, because there's a lot of look and design in this female. I do start to wonder if there's just enough of her, though. The heifer that comes out of the third class, here's one that's the stoutest in terms of her top and her hip design. She's so bold in that upper rib cage and design. She's so good in terms of the way her shoulder lays into that front 1/3 and her neck attachment and femininity. We get her out here on this hard surface, and every once in a while she wants to just knuckle slightly, but these calves have been on concrete for several days. I do think that heifer has a world of future ahead of her. Young man, I told him here out of the next class, I told him his heifer's wanting to push him around. He's got to go home and start lifting some weights to get in control of her. But he's doing a heck of a job, and my compliments to him for sticking with it, because she's wanting to kind of push him around a little bit, but he's staying right there with it. This is a heifer that I think has a world of future a year from now. Just so loose in her spine and good in her basic build. She's smooth in her joint work. A female that's very maternal and offers a great breeding cattle look, and I think this young man's going to have a bright future with her. The heifer out of the final class, very refined and extended. She's not the stoutest one when we get her back out here, but I think her quality represented in that particular class is just her basic build and the look and design she offers. I think one that this young lady will have a world of fun with as well. Folks, once again, let's put our hands together for a tremendous lineup in this heifer calf division.
Go over on the Hereford side, first of all. Here's your result on the Hereford Polled Champion Spring Heifer Calf. It's 860. That is out of Class 772B. B.R. Halsey, 99, Bryden Barber, Channing, Texas. And your Polled Reserve Champion comes out of Class 771. That's 829, HSCG HCC Diana, 736 GET. Veda, Anna, and Hans Vickland, Longmont, Colorado. Up next on the Hereford side, Class 773A Polled Junior Heifer Calves, born February 17th through February 28th, 2019. A couple classes in that division. Back over on the Angus side, Angus Junior Show. Class 16's in the ring. Birth date September 2nd through September 23rd, 2018. Our last class in front of the Senior Heifer Calf Division Championship. Going back to Class 15, here's the results. First place, 188, John Allison, Yukon, Oklahoma. Second, 179, Tucker Stagemeyer from Page, Nebraska. Third, 177, Dawson Lee, Del Porto, Oakley, California. Fourth, 186, Madeline Gherkin, Cashin, Oklahoma. Fifth, 189, Seth Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Sixth, 183, Reese Mackenzie Anderson, Crispin, Illinois. Seventh, 184, Katie Marie Brock, Stilesville, Indiana. Placings in Class 15 are as follows: 3, 2, 6, 7, 4, 1, 5. Once again, 3, 2, 6, 7, 4, 1, 5. In the ring, Class 16, with our judge Amanda Storr from Chowchilla, California.
I honestly thought as the classes got smaller, it's going to get easier to sort. These trio of heifers, if probably the ones that are the most challenging to me to get through, because I think each one of them brings something to the table that we have visited all about in previous divisions of being good looking, being fresh, being big-footed, being stout, and being square, and everything we've visited about, these three have each one of those components that we've talked about. I think in this is tough. These three, you juniors should be excited to own these three. You juniors should be excited for the future of these three, because this could be completely different on Friday, and it could be maybe the same, or it could be, I don't know, because these cattle are so good. For me, we're going to keep them the way they're lined up, first, second, and third. And I'm just going to tell you just a little bit. You guys stay there, because I want the crowd to see these cattle and how good they are. The heifer we're going to start with, I'll be the first to admit, you've heard me talk width between their chest floor and their knee, and this is the one that I really want to change that. I wish I could change her chest, and I wish I could change her knee. But from there on back, that thing motors around the ring so well, from her mid-hip and just all the way her hip and hind leg, and how that coordinates. That's where she beats the two behind her, is because she's longer in her hooks to pins, she flexes better in her hawk and pastern. Now when you get off the side of her, I think she's a little fresher headed. I think she's better at the top part of her neck than the two are behind her. Is she as stout and is she as wide as the two are behind her? She's not. And that's where I'd like to change that chest floor, and I'd like to change that knee. But that thing is so good looking from the side. I love the way that thing moves from her hip and hind leg and gets out there and goes, and how fresh she is. The one that's hard for me to really sit here and put second is this one. This is heavy muscled. This one is packed full of just power and width of base, and her bone and her foot size and her width through her pin bones. I guess when you get on the side of her is where I kind of get picky of her. She kind of doesn't have that long, fresh, youthful neck as the class winner does. Maybe kind of a little crusty there on the top, or that's a longer hair that it bugs me. And then if you study her on the way back, maybe want to change just her length of hip if you're getting critical one. I don't know. I think I'm getting really picky of good cattle. I think the one that beats her today maybe handles her hip and hind leg just a nickel better, but that's good cattle there in the second hole. This one in third, I like a lot, and you're probably thinking, Amanda, why do you like her a lot, and then you put her third? Standing there, I think she's one that's very hard to beat. I think she is neat in terms of her body shape. I think she is neat in terms of the way her top line lays into her length through her hooks to pins. I guess for me is when I step in and study her, sometimes her shoulder just looks a little upright for me, maybe don't have that bend to the front part of her knee as the two do above her, and then when you get that one in motion, and I don't know, she misses her stride a little bit. I just wish she would reach just a little better. Every once in a while on the left side, she just doesn't get out there and go, but that's a good rascal that I hate to put in the third place hole. Heifer comes next, has the extra extension and the length of side that we visit about all day, feminine headed and featured, just got to change her running gear. She just gets a little straight off both ends, just not as comfortable in terms of that hawk and pastern, and that's why she sits in that hole. Heifer that comes next, young man's first national Western, so this is exciting for him. He brought a big-footed, big-boned, square-hipped one. Maybe just a little plainer up front. That neck don't tie as high as the ones above her, but a nice heifer. Sound structured female that comes next, just a little refined in her terms of her bone and her foot size, maybe not as powerful as those ones, but a nice sound structured female. Young lady does a tremendous job getting that one presented. Young lady, she said she's 9 years old if I remember correctly, and her in the first national Western, so take this in. This is fun. She's got many more years ahead of her. She showed a good animal. She just got in a competitive class. I think that female's going to be a nice heifer to just start her project off. Big-footed, stout-featured, just a little more coarser in terms of her overall makeup. Nice set of females from top to bottom. Those trio of heifers are very challenging, competitive to class of heifers.
Well, very high-quality set of February heifer calves, and the one that leads off this class be the first to admit she's got some birth weight, but her underlying look and design and quality better suits me. She's fresher in her condition, and I feel this female just simply ties in better, laid back further in the angle of her shoulder. And when this heifer gets herself pulled together, gives us an excellent look of balance with a maternal look and sweep to her rib design. I can tolerate a little birth weight when they look like that. The heifer that comes second, one that's very robust in her rib design. She's bold and dimensional through her forerib and center body. I love the sweep and turn to her rib design, and she's square and wide up high. To me, this female just rocks too far forward in the angle of her shoulder, and you can see that down in her knee. If we just push her back ever so slightly, she takes over the class leading role. An excellent pair of females in their own right. The heifer that comes next, sensible in her frame size, bold and robust in that rib design, square when we get in behind her. It's her structure that sorts her third. We just need this female to go with more flexibility and athleticism out of her rear skeleton to move up any higher. The heifer that comes next, big-footed, big-boned, stout constructed. For me, she's just too coarse in her general look and design. But boy, this young lady has one that'll be awfully fun to breed with because of her unique breeding pieces and value. That heifer has a bright future as a brood cow. The heifer that comes next, one that's moderate. She's bold in that rib design. To me, it's her front skeleton that sorts her down. We just need to lay that shoulder in neater, have her laid back, rock back further in the angle of that shoulder. An awfully nice female, though, that has a world of future. I love the fleshing ability this female offers. Just need her to be sounder. The heifer that comes next, here's one that certainly have to appreciate the length and extension. This young lady's doing an exceptional job out here and sticking with it. Her heifer just needs more mass and dimension through that midrib and just needs to be a notch sounder and more flexible from hock to ground. But a nice set of polled Hereford females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
I'll catch you up on results in just a moment. Let's go down to the Angus Junior Show to our judge, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California, with the Senior Heifer Calf Division Championship.
Competitive division. That last class that I just visited about is probably going to be the class that I take home and just think about and think if I'm right or if I'm wrong. But honestly, the trio of cattle that were in that last division or last class, were just so good and so high quality. We bring these falls back out, and this is good. I mean, I think you could see that these cattle have an extra look to them. They got some bone and foot underneath them. There's some differences in terms of structure and give and take there, but there's just a couple out here that hit me hard. I'm not going to talk each one of these because I just think there's just a duo that are very different in their type and kind, but I think they're just very good quality. With that said, put your hands together for a nice division here. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
Senior Heifer Calf champion for the Junior Angus is 192. That is PVF Proven Queen, Cameron Choate. Hubbard, Texas, that'll move 195 into consideration for reserve. And your reserve Senior Heifer Calf comes out of the same class 16 as your champion. That is 195 Seldom Rest Pinup Gal, Georgia Besner from Dalhart, Texas. Up next in the Junior Angus will be class 17, a single entry. Going back to class 16, here's all the results from that class. First place 192 and your champion for the division, Cameron Choate, Hubbard, Texas. Second in reserve in that class 16 is 195 Georgia Besner, Dalhart, Texas. And third 199 J. Gordon Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Fourth, 198, Mia Allison from Yukon, Oklahoma. Fifth, 191, Jake Allison, Yukon, Oklahoma. Sixth, 194, Paige Van Dyke, Louisville, Illinois. 5, 1 in champion. 6, 2 in reserve. 7, 4, 3. That's the results on class 16. Single entry coming in next, class 17, Junior Angus. Back over on the Hereford side real quick here. Get to these results. Class 773A polled Junior Heifer Calf results. First place, top of the next page there, 893 Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Second place, 887, Jacob Cade and even Colt Sims, Edmond, Oklahoma. In third, 894, Belinda Braun from Columbia, Illinois. Fourth, 885, Anna Barrett, Altus, Oklahoma. Fifth, 884, Lance Ditloff from Duncan, Nebraska. Sixth, 890, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. In your programs, the placings are as follows, starting on page 13 for 773A, 5, 4, 2, 6, scratch. Top of the next page, 1, 3. In the ring with our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. This is Class 773B, Pole Junior Heifer Calves, born February 2nd through February 13th, 2019. Well, we got just a moment here. New this year, the National Western Angus Bull Sale will take place tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 right here on the hill in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Sale bulls will be paraded at 11:30 and on display at 12:30 before the sale. Pick up your sale catalog and visit the American Angus Association regional managers if you have any questions about the National Western Angus Bull Sale taking place tomorrow afternoon at 1:30. Also like to mention Knollcrest Farms and the Bennett family from Red House, Virginia. They've donated a pick from 3 full sister flush heifer calves as the 2020 Angus Foundation heifer package. The successful bidder will get to choose one heifer at weaning from an elite mating of Thomas Patricia 9705 to KCF Bennett Consent Y75. This exciting heifer package will benefit the Angus Foundation, and they'll lead off the National Western Angus Bull Sale once again tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon. But they'll be in there at 1:15, it looks like. So as a restart here on the Angus Junior Show, it'll be Class 17, a single entry coming in the ring next. We have 4 classes in the intermediate heifer division.
Just a single entry here on the Angus side, a nice female, just a nice practical kind of cattle, big body, deep sided. You can see she's already starting to push a little bit down low in terms of that udder. And then you get her stopped and put together. I think she balances up extremely well for having this much rib cage and this much mass. So congratulations to that single entry.
Result on Class 17 of Junior Angus. First place, 143, Katie Costbade from Henderson, Kentucky. Up next, 2 entries in Class 18, our second class of 4 within the intermediate heifer division. Class 18 coming in the ring, born July 3rd through July 17th, 2018.
Nice set of heifers here in the class. The young lady's female, one that's just a little longer sided, a little more truer when you just study her at the ground in terms of her structure. She's massive in terms of the center body and the depth, and still good in terms of that head and her jawline. I kind of pick a little bit on her navel underneath. It kind of throws her balance all the way off, but that's just a good female. I think she's going to be fun when you turn her out to pasture. This female that comes next, her head and neck come right at the top of her blade, and that makes her so unique. She's big and square down her top line. I guess for me is when she gets herself beat is when you get underneath, she starts to toe out. She's not as true from the knee to the ground, and like to see her just a little longer in terms of her hip. Nice set of females here in this class. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Here's results on Class 18 on the Junior Angus Show. First place, 148, Caitlin Ethington from Avon, Illinois. Second, 145, Rob Oakley, Livingston, Tennessee. Up next, 3 entries in Class 19, our third class of 4 within the intermediate heifer division. Class 19, birth dates range June 1st through June 6, 2018.
Oh, a neat set of heifer calves as we continue with our February females. The young lady's heifer that leads off the class is simply the best in terms of her basic build, and she's the smoothest in her joint work. She gets around with so much comfort and flexibility, and this young lady kind of wanted to fight her a little bit when she came in here, and she got her under control and did her job, and this heifer gives us a great look of balance. Love the way that neck and head tie up high. She's bold in that rib design, and she's fresh in her genuine condition. I appreciate that about this heifer calf. The female that comes second with the birthmark is one that's very flexible in her basic build. This is a female that maybe gives up some just in terms of stoutness out of her upper hip and pin set compared to our class winner. She's really good in terms of her lower joint work, and she compensates a little. She gets maybe a shot straighter there through her hock, but she compensates and she reaches her track, and she goes with a lot of flexibility. If I could just pick her up in her pin set, that heifer makes a hard run at the class leading role. Extra big-footed, stout-boned, and dimensional. I wouldn't argue if this was your favorite heifer in the class, because there's things about her that I see being very unique. To me, she's just a little coarser and rawer in her rib design today. We just need to bring her in tighter at her shoulder blade and have her go with a notch more comfort out of her hock. Oh boy, that's a big-footed, stout-made one that'll be fun to breed with. The heifer that comes next is one that's very moderate in her frame size. She's sensible in her rib design and bold and easy fleshing. To me, she's just pushing a little further condition at this stage of the game for my personal preference, but that's an awfully good brood cow. The heifer that comes next, here's one of the longest, most extreme to that front 1/3. To me, she just gets too straight in the angle of that shoulder. Need to set her back in her knee to have her move up in class. Big centered, stout made, kind of a female that comes next. To me, one that just gets a little too far along from a condition standpoint. Just need to lean her up in her basic condition to have her move up. The spot-faced heifer's one that's good in her lines, a female that you certainly have to appreciate for her length of spine. To me, we just need to have her go with more squareness up front and have her track truer. And finally, the ring-eyed heifer that closes the class, one that's moderate, bold-ribbed, and very functional. To me, she just gives up some of the extras of look, design, and structural integrity of the females we find ahead of her. Another excellent class of Polled Hereford females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
2 heifers out here in this class on the Angus side. The heifer that starts is one that just carries her top line just a nickel better. I like the length of stride that one has, her length through her hooks to pins. Just a sound one that gets out and goes extremely nice. I think that one's fun to look at just in terms of a cow. One comes next. I like her standing still. I think she's one that's got that good top rib cage in her. She's wide pinned when you step behind her. She's big-footed and bone. I guess for me, she gets herself beat is when you put her on motion. She gets a little higher in her spine. She's kind of a little off in those hooks to pins. She just doesn't have that extra length of stride as the class winner does, and that's what gets her beat today. Nice set of heifers here in that class.
Catches up on results here. Coming up on the Angus side, Class 20, just in front of our next division championship. Class 20 in the ring. Results on Class 19. First place, 152, Evan Henning, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second, 149, Jace Ware, Lithia, Florida. The scratch was 151, so it's 2 scratch 1. Class 20 coming in the ring. Birth dates May 4th through May 31st, 2018. Back over on the Hereford polled classes. In the ring will be Class 774 Hereford polled junior heifer calves. born January 3rd through January 29th, 2019. Last class in front of our next division championship. Here's the results on Class 773B, Pole Junior Hereford Heifer Calves. First place, 898, Hadley Dunclow, Wayne, Nebraska. Second, 900, Moanne Graves, Chillicothe, Missouri. Third, 904, Kyler Menzies, Marshfield, Missouri. Fourth, 905, L.A. Schrammel from Orlando, Oklahoma. Fifth, 907, Megan and Madison DeWar from Bakersfield, California. Sixth, 901, John Hampton Cornelius, LaSalle, Colorado. Seventh, 906, Burke Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Eighth, 979, Sage Cashlin Kinsley Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Results on 773 in your program on page 14 are as follows: 1, 2, 6, 8, 3, 4, 7, 5. Once again, 1, 2, 6, 8, 3, 4, 7, 5. As I mentioned, they're in Class 774, our last class in front of the Junior Heifer Calf Polled Championship. Judge, once again, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, if you wanted to argue that our class winners got too much birth weight, I'd listen, but there's one thing that'll never go out of style, and that's structure and quality, and this female fits the bill. I love her basic build. I love the turn and the rib cage in this female, and I love how square she is, and that's why she's in your class leading role. Congratulations, young lady. The dark red heifer that comes in second, tremendous in terms of her look and her design as well. She's big-footed and stout-made. She's long in her design. I like this female in her terms of her balance and her overall appeal. What sorts her second for me in a very close top pair in terms of quality is the fact that she just gets a little tighter in her heart and forerib, and she doesn't have the same pin width and dimension when we get in behind them. But folks, that's a really good pair of junior heifer calves. The heifer that comes next, bigger framed in her type and kind. I like this female a great deal in terms of her look and her balance. She gets a little taller in terms of her stature, and if we could just soften her up to help her balance, I think she'd certainly give us a more appealing look from the side. But folks, that's a good looking one that's good structured. She just gets a little bigger framed. Just need to soften her up a bit. The heifer that comes next, without a doubt the greenest one in the top four. Here's one that's really good in her basic build. She's more sensible in terms of her frame size, and she's bold in that rib cage. To me, she just gives up too much overall dimension at this stage of the game. But this may be the one that'll be a tough one in the end next year, a year from now as a senior yearling, because this one's features and basic build are certainly very high quality. The heifer that comes next is one that you have to love the rib dimension, the fleshing ability, and the power she offers. To me, she's just too far along from a condition standpoint for a heifer calf this age. We need to lean her up just a shot, and she starts to make a harder run towards the top of this class. She's really good in her lower joint work, gets maybe just a tick straighter in her hock, but a high-quality female in her own right. The female that comes next, one that I certainly like a great deal in terms of the functionality she offers, the body mass, the structure. To me, she just gets a little more shoulder. The heifer with a bigger navel just gets a little plainer up front, but certainly a fundamentally correct brood cow. Heifer that comes next, one that's good in her lines. We just need to redesign her from a structural standpoint and drop her in her flank and her overall body mass. And the heifer that closes the class, she's wanting to favor that left rear wheel. Just need to soften her up and give her a more maternal look, but certainly appreciate a lot of power and dimension she offers. A high-quality set of females with an exceptional pair on the top.
We move over here to the Angus ring, two different types of females. And, you know, I've preached foot and I've preached bone and I've preached stoutness and having all those things and still keeping it in a fresh package. And these two do that in an interesting way. Is there one that maybe I think is a little too big in terms of, you know, size for my type and kind? Maybe. I wouldn't argue if someone said, well, Amanda, that's a big May. I would not argue, but I think that is a big May that is stout. She's powerful. She's bold. She's one that I think that moves extremely nice when you set her in motion. I like the extra length and extension she has when you study her from the side. I guess where she beats the one in second is she's a little better there behind her blade and her forerib and heart. I think she's a little truer there. Now, I would like to change her up through her front 1/3. I'd like to take that chest out and make her a little more fresher and youthful. But having that much power and that much substance, that's a good female there to start with. The heifer that comes next is more probably my size. I think this one is really neat from the outside, and that head and neck and how neat that one is. That necktie is right at the top of her blade. She's so trim in her jawline down into her chest, and then you step into her. She's so bold in her center body. The length of the hip that she has and the stride that she takes is really ideal. I guess I beat her today, and maybe I'm just nitpicking on these bigger ones. She's maybe a little open to the top part of her blade and a little tight there in her foreb and heart, and that's why she sits in that second hole. Heifer that comes in third, that's a high-quality female that just got in a tough class because I like the extra look she has. I like the extra power that she brings to the table. For me, maybe a nickel more shoulder at the point of her shoulder, maybe not as neat and through that front 1/3 as that heifer that's ahead of her. Really nice female that comes next. Big-bodied and heavy-muscled. We just got to change her built. She's a little tight there in her loin edge. I'd like to see her just handle her top line a little nicer than what she does when you set her in motion. I really like this female that comes next. I like the power that she has. I like the body that she has. It's just when we put her in movement, she gets just restricted. You could see she starts to miss that stride, maybe not as fresh down in that lower chest floor as some ones that we've seen out here so far. Nice set of females all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Catch up on results here. Up next in the Junior Angus is the Intermediate Heifer Division Championship. First and seconds in there from classes 17 through 20. Speaking of class 20, here's the results. First place, 160, Paige Limenager from Hudson, Illinois. Second, 153, Tucker Scott Meyer from Ringo, Wisconsin. Third, 161, Lauren Walter from Aviston, Illinois. Fourth, 156, Dylan Denny, Lubbock, Texas. Fifth, 162, Jelani King, Wacomas, Oklahoma. And your programs, the placings for class 20 are 2, 4, scratch, 1, 3, 5. Once again in the ring next, first and seconds from classes 17 through 20, Intermediate Heifer Division Championship with our judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Back over on the Hereford side. In the ring at this time is your Junior Heifer Calf Polled Championship for the division. Here are the results from class 774. First place, 911, Hans and Veda Anna Vickland, Longmont, Colorado. Second, 918, Ben Ryan Jensen, Cortland, Kansas. Third, 915, Catherine and Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth, 912, Fallon and Gunnar Gore from Madras, Oregon. Fifth, 913, Chase Harker, Hope, Indiana. Sixth, 914, Walker McGuffey from Mendenhall, Mississippi. Seventh, 909, Gage Tebow from Idaville, Indiana. Eighth, 917, Piper Collier, Bruneau, Idaho. And your programs, the placings for 774, 7, 1, 4, 5, 6, 3, 8, 2. Once again, 714 563 82. Junior Heifer Calf Pole Division Championship in the ring with our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, folks, as we bring our class winners back out in our junior effort drive of our polled show, certainly very pleased with the quality represented. And as breeders, you should be proud of the quality that these females in the ring currently are, because the heat continues to come as we get through this polled Hereford show. And the young man's heifer that comes out of the first class, fresh in her design and so youthful in terms of her pattern, a female that's really good in terms of her feet and legs. And when we get her on the move, just floats across the ring. And there's a lot that one can certainly tie into on this female comparatively to some of the other females. Maybe gives up just some overall dimension and power and width, but I love the basic build and the freshness that this female offers for this stage. The heifer calf that comes out of the second class, young lady's doing an exceptional job out here with their showmanship skills. And this heifer is very, very good in terms of her composition for this stage, in my personal opinion. I like the turn and the shape to her upper rib design. She maybe gives up some just in terms of performance compared to females on either side of her, but by no means do I think this female is too moderate in her type and kind. I think she'll be a very productive brood cow for this young lady and a really fun show prospect for her as well. And the heifer calf that comes out of the January class is one that's overwhelming just in terms of her mass and her dimension and her overall quality of build. I love her foot and her bone work and just the mass that she offers. We mentioned in class that she's got some birth weight with her. But, folks, the quality, the look, and the design like this female has are so hard to make. She'll be your division champion.
We come over here on the Angus side, a nice, strong division. Maybe not as competitive all the way through as what we've seen in previous classes, as previous divisions, but good cattle. And I don't want to take anything from these young people. They've brought sound, powerful brood cows. I still think we could, shave the hair off, turn them out to pasture, and they're going to still be those brood cows that we like to see in the Angus pasture, and hopefully raise nice bred knowns for these young people. There's a pair out here that is truly different, and I said that in the last division. There's maybe not a type and kind that I'm sticking to. I just like good cattle that bring good pieces to the table, and I think there's a pair that I think that kind of just has that to them. They're stout, they're powerful, they're good looking. There is a difference in terms of size maybe and maybe condition aspect of things, but I do think they just are the ones that stick out here in this division. With that said, please put your hands together. Great division. I'll find you a champion reserve.
catches up on results here on the junior Angus side. First intermediate heifer champion comes out of class 20. That's 160. Dameron Northern Miss, 81.53. Paige Lemonager from Hudson, Illinois. Your reserve is the second in that same class, 153. Seldom Rest Pinup Gal, Tucker Scott Mayer from Ringgold, Wisconsin, up next, class 21. In the ring next, class 21 of the junior Angus, born April 2nd through April 29, 2018. 2 classes within this next division. Back over on the Hereford side. In the ring at this time is class 775 polled senior heifer calves. Give you the results on that division championship. Polled champion junior heifer calf is 9-11 out of class 774. That is Pixie. Hans, Veda, and Anna Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Your reserve champion comes out of the same class as your champion. 9-18 boy Harley's Sensation, Ben Ryan Jensen, Cortland, Kansas. Once again in the ring, class 775. Polled senior heifer calf. These born November 20th through December 30th, 2018. Judge once again on that side, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, very high-quality trio of females as we continue into our fall division. The young ladies heifer that leads off this class just simply has the advantage in terms of stoutness of footwork and bone work. She's a shot leaner in her condition and absolutely love the way that her neck ties into that shoulder, and then she transitions so well back to that point. She gets maybe just a shot coarser in her hock, but that comes with the territory of the added stoutness of foot and bone work. I think she lays in just a shot neater at the point of her shoulder. Congratulations, this young lady. Ultimate Brood Cow Prospect comes in second, and I love the body mass, the dimension, and the shape and turn to her rib design. We get her in motion. She wants to just get a nickel tighter in her movement today, and I know the cattle have been on the concrete, but this heifer is so good in her body shape and so good in terms of her top width and dimension. A great Brood Cow Prospect that just gives up a little bit of extension to our class winner. The heifer that comes in third, here's one that'll make a tremendous Brood Cow Prospect. Love the rib shape, love the foot design and the structure she offers compared to the two that precede her. Just give up too much in terms of squareness of hip and pin set and overall extension from that shoulder forward. Folks, another excellent class. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
There's results on Class 775 Hereford Pulled Senior Heifer Calves. First place 920, Maddie O'Leary, Weatherford, Texas. Second 919, Allie Schrammel from Orlando, Oklahoma. Third 921, Blake Breeding, Miami, Texas. Up next, Class 776 in the rank. These are heifers born October 7th through November 13th, 2018.
Well, folks, on the Pulled Hereford side, they just continue to keep coming, and the quality remains the same. The young ladies heifer that leads off this class puts the silhouette, the type, and the kind that I'm after together. I love her basic build and the look that she offers, and so maternal in that rib design, yet handles herself on the move with so much flexibility. If we'd get ever so nitpicky on her, we'd maybe like to just set her back in her knee a shot. But boy, that's an awfully good, high-quality fall female for this young lady. The heifer that comes in second, here's a moderate, bold-ribbed, easy fleshing kind of a female. I love the dimension she offers through her mid-rib. Compared to our class winner, she maybe wants to push just a shot heavier in her condition through her lower third and gives up some of the extension from her shoulder forward, but a very high-quality female as well. As we continue down the line, the heifer that comes next, the spot-faced female, here's one that you really have to appreciate the extension she offers from her shoulder forward and just how good she is in her top line. A female that just gets a shot coarser in her basic build than her hock. A female we just need to open up in her lower skeleton as she goes, but on the standstill, you sure have to like the quality she offers. Finally, closing the class with a female that's moderate, that's easy fleshing, that's bold in her rib design. To me, she just gives up some of the structural advantages that we're looking for in some of these cattle. Need to have her go with a notch more flexibility, but a high-quality set. Folks, let's put our hands together for another excellent set of Polled Hereford females.
Up next, the ring for the Hereford W Class 777 Polled Senior Heifer Calves, born August 8th through September 24th, 2018. Here's the results on Class 776. First place, 923, Boann Graves, Chillicothe, Missouri. Second, 922, Jacob Bonsack from Taylor Ridge, Illinois. Third, 926, Katie Elmhurst, Indian River, Ontario, Canada. And fourth, 925, Tara Garcia, Tecumseh, Oklahoma. In your programs of placings for Class 776, 2, 1, scratch, 4, 3. Once again, 2, 1, scratch, 4, 3. In the ring, Class 777, Polled Senior Heifer Calves.
A trio of heifers, when they first came out, I just started pulling them. I think these three are really good. They're different in terms of the way they're put together, and there's type and kind. I think these top two kind of mirror each other. They're ones that are stout and powerful and bold. They're better there behind their blade. They're ones when you step behind them, they're genuine from the back part of their shoulder all the way back to their hip. They're really wide pinned when you step behind them, and I've talked a lot about that all throughout the day, and there's things that you want to change about all three of them. I don't think there's one that's just absolutely perfect out here. The one we're going to lead the class with, the one thing I'm going to pick on her is I do think she has a Nickelmore shoulder. I think she is bolder at the point of her shoulder, and she's not as neat-headed and necked and fresh and youthful in that head and neck as the two behind her, and that's where I pick on her. But I think if you just step in and study them in terms of true width and structure and having that width of base behind, I think she's really genuine there. I like the extra length she has in her hooks to pins. She just kind of comes together as being the complete one, the neat-looking one from a profile. Just would like to take some of that shoulder off of her. Heifer that comes in second, she is the shorter-sided one of the pair that's on either side of her. She's one, though, that I think is so fresh-headed, so neat in her jawline, down into her chest. She is really, really powerful when you step behind her and truly study width for width of the trio that I have out here. She's better in her forb and heart, and then the heifer that's behind her, I think she's a little better in terms of the way she handles that hawk than the heifer that's behind her. Is she a little more restricted and a little shorter strided? I'll be the first one to admit that. This heifer hit me hard, and she's got things that I absolutely love, and it starts at the ground of having that big feet that we've talked about in those calf classes, and then you move your way up, and she's got that extra extension. That is a long-necked, long-sided one. The thing that just bugs me just a little bit on her, and maybe I'm too harsh today, but in her forb and heart, she gets a little tight. That tailhead gets a little high. I'd like to take some of that down. I guess for me is when I get behind her and watching these breds go away, she wants to hawk in, and that right hind leg maybe is not secure. I'd like to see her a little more genuine from hawk to ground, but man, that is a good-looking rascal. Should get a lot of excitement just in terms of her view from the outside looking in. Really stout, powerful one that hits in the fourth hole. a lot different than what we've just talked about. I think that one's bold. I think that one's square. To me, she just gets a little round off both ends of her skeleton. Female that takes a good long stride is the one that comes next. I like the length of stride that this one takes. I like the depth of body that this one takes. Her necktie is just a little lower than the ones ahead of her. I'd like to change the way that shoulder's assembled in her, but a really nice female that got in a competitive class. A little harder haired heifer that comes next, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think they're good cattle, and she's big-footed, she's big boned, she's bold in terms of the upper part of her rib cage. Gives up the extra power, and then if you watch her go, maybe just don't work it as well and coordinate those rear two as well as we'd like. Nice one that rounds out the class. I hate to beat cattle like that are stout and powerful. She's pushing on a little too much condition. If you get in and study her, she gets a little flatter in the upper part of her hip and in her upper part of her rib cage. I'd like to just see her a little more genuinely wider all the way through. Nice set of females, very competitive there on the top end.
Up next will be Class 22 in the Junior Angus Show, right in front of our next division championship. Here's results on Class 21. First place, 112, Paige Lemonager from Hudson, Illinois. Second, 105, J. Gordon Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Third, 113, Delaney Jones, Harrod, Ohio. Fourth, 109, Evan Henning, Janesville, Wisconsin. Fifth, 110, Kelly Spicer, Woodbine, Maryland. Sixth, 116, Sydney Rylersdam Shoe, Grangeville, Idaho. Seventh, 103, Cale Heinrichsen, Westmoreland, Kansas. In your programs of placings for Class 21, 7, 2, 4, 5, 1, 3, 6, scratch. Once again, 7, 2, 4, 5, 1, 3, 6, scratch. In the ring Class 22, these born March 2nd through March 27, 2018. After this, late junior yearling heifer division championship with our judge Amanda Storr from Chowchilla, California.
Another very high quality class led off by the young lady's dark red heifer. And what she does is puts the most together from a structural standpoint, body mass, and still remains fresh and elegant through that front 1/3 and inner chest. I think this is a female that on the standstill, you really have to appreciate the silhouette that she offers when this young lady gets her pulled together. Tremendous balance, eye appeal, and yet still has some stoutness to her upper rib design and gets around the ring with plenty of comfort and flex. Heifer that comes in second, I love the foot and the bone work and the angles and the way that this female goes. To me, she's just pushing too much condition up through that front 1/3 and down into her breastplate at this stage of the game. But that female is stout, round-bodied, and powerful topped. A nice brood cow prospect for that young man. The heifer that comes next, here's one that's bold and dimensional in that rib design. A female you have to appreciate just the density that she offers. To me, compared to the two that precede her, just gets a little more parallel in her underline, doesn't have that gentle sweep. Just need to have her be a notch more feminine about that skull and jaw, but an awfully high-quality female for that young lady. Here's a good-looking one that comes next that just gives up too much body mass and capacity. I like her foot and her bone work and her angles. To me, this female just needs to be more opened up in her rib design. We need to have her be more opened up underneath as well to move her on up in class, but a high-quality individual as well. My compliments to these exhibitors. The next female that comes, my compliments to this young man. His female has been genomically enhanced, and she's explosive in her growth figures. I love the body mass and the fleshing ability she offers. She gives up some of the extra foot, bone, and overall pin width compared to some of the females that are ahead of her, but certainly a very productive brood cow prospect for that young man. A next female that closes the class is powerful. She's good in her top line and stout. To me, we just need to redesign her from a balance and structural standpoint to move her up in class. Folks, let's put our hands together for another excellent class of Hereford females.
Up next for the Hereford will be the polled champion senior heifer calf division. First and seconds back in the ring from 775, 76, and 77. Here's the results on Class 777. First place, 931, Chancey Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma. In second, 927, Burke Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Third, 928, Alexis Black, Streeter, Illinois. Fourth, 930, Katie Elmhurst, Indian River, Ontario, Canada. Fifth, 933, Lori Drew Hunt. The fourth, Madison, Georgia. 6, 929, Brenton Baker, Winnemucca, Nevada. Your program placings that start on page 16 for Class 777, 2, 3. Top of the next page, 6, 4, 1, 5, and the last two are scratches. Once again, Senior Heifer Calf Division Championship for the polled Hereford in the ring with our judge, Graham Blegg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Well, folks, as we come to our Senior Heifer Calf Championship lineup, let's put our hands together for the exhibitors that are out here in contention. Just to briefly recap, the young lady's heifer that came out of the first class, extra good in terms of her foot and her bone work and her stoutness. I like the natural turn and upper rib cage she offers, and still ties together with an attractive and balanced look. When we bring her back out here, we question if there's just enough genuine base width and chest floor and overall center body cavity dimension in this female. And I think that this female gives us a tremendous look. She's very fresh in her condition, and I think that certainly works to her advantage. The heifer that comes out of the second class is one that on the stand still a tremendous in her pattern. I love the look and the design she offers and just how elegant this female is for that front third. She's good in terms of her movement when we set her in motion, and goes around the ring with plenty of flex and comfort. I think a female, you really have to appreciate where she's at in her body condition. She's fresh to that front 1/3 and lower body cavity, and still gives us plenty of natural turn and dimension up high. We talked about her in class, so maybe just want to pull her in just a nickel tighter there at the base of her shoulder and down to her knee, but that's getting awfully nitpicky of a high-quality female. The heifer that comes out of the final class is one dark cherry red female. Gives us a great look of balance from the side. I love the turn and the dimension to her lower body shape and just how much rib this female offers from her shoulder back into her hip and how she transitions so well. We put her in motion against the other two, and maybe not quite as flexible there in her lower joint work as the two that precede her, but I love the mass and I love the balance that she offers. Folks, let's put our hands together. We'll pick you a pair of champions. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors.
Really competitive class, truly from top to bottom. There's some good cattle there all the way to the end. Probably one of the higher quality set of females that more diverse in every single way when you start to evaluate each one of them individually. The heifer that's going to start, one that's maybe just a nickel longer, right behind her blade all the way back to her hip. One that's bold, and when you step in and study her shape to her center body, when you study her hip and her hind leg, how big-footed and big-boned she is, and square when you step and really just study her width. I guess for me, the thing that's kind of hanging me up is she has a nickel more shoulder, but she ties it so well, so it makes it intriguing just to study her front end assembly, because it is a little different than the two that are behind her. That neck maybe don't tie as high at the top part of her blade as the two do behind her, and I guess that's where we could pick on that one. Maybe not that long extension up there, but one from her shoulder back just brings so many neat things to the table and still gets around and goes. That's a neat female to study from her hip and down to the ground. Heifer comes next. If someone wanted to say, Amanda, well, that's better headed and better jaw-lined and nicer through her shoulder, I won't argue. I do think that heifer is better there. To me, she maybe is putting a little more chest down low, and then when you study her out through her hip, maybe not as bold, and that tailhead maybe don't sit down as nice as we'd like, but sure, a neat looking one. Love the rib cage that one has. I love the underlying balance that one has. Maybe just gives up a touch power when you really compare to that class winner. The heifer that comes in third, I love this one. I love her power. I love her width, and I love her boldness. Maybe a little shorter sided, and maybe because she has so much body depth, it takes away from her true natural length. And then when you move forward and study her front 1/3, she kind of gets a little jammed up there. It gives up the extra extension that we've been talking about. The unique one that comes next, this one's intriguing. She is hard-haired. I guess she has that typical Angus gene that just doesn't want to grow hair, but when you get underneath that one is huge-footed, huge bone. She's wide pinned. She's correct in her hip and hind leg structure. Today, when you bring her back out and compare to those other ones, maybe a little tighter in her foreb and heart, and that she just doesn't have that hair to kind of cover that. But that's just a neat female that I think is do some things interesting. Just wish she was a little bolder there in her foreb and heart. Nice, complete, functional one that comes next. Just gives up the extra look when you compare to the ones above her. But I do like that female. I think that one's going to be a nice cow prospect for you. Stout, powerful one, though. that's deep-sided and has the extra depth, maybe pushing on a little more condition than we'd like to see in terms around them pin bones. And I'd like to tie that neck just a nickel higher at the top part of her blade. But a nice female that's got the extra depth, the body, the extra power that we look for. Heifer comes next. I'll be honest, at first I missed her, and I will tell you along ringside, I didn't see this one, and once you start to study her, there's a lot of things that I like. I think she's sound structured. I think she's correct in terms of the way she coordinates that hind two. Maybe putting some condition on in that chest floor, but when you stop and get her put together, she balances up extremely nice. I think she holds her top line a little nicer than the one that comes next. A little bigger framed one that comes next, one that's really long-sided and sound and sure-footed. Maybe that navel kind of throws her balance off a little bit. I'd like to see her a little longer and looser in that hip, but a really neat female. Heifer that I really, really like, and I guess today she just gets out-pounded, is the one that comes next. You got a very good female that's built extremely good. Big-footed, big bone, but I wish she was in a couple classes earlier because she's so light in terms of her condition. Just gives up all the power and maturity that we've seen in the heifers above her. But a really, really nice class, very competitive from top to bottom.
Catch up on results here. Up next for the Junior Angus will be the late junior yearling heifer division championship. Here's a result on class 22. First place, 135, Sage Martin, Hereford, Texas. Second, 126, Delaney Jones, Harrod, Ohio. In third, 141, Mary Kate Bindledge from Niota, Illinois. Fourth, 130, Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Fifth, 122, Ben Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Sixth, 125, Reese McKenzie Anderson, Crispin, Illinois. Seventh, 127, Jesse Clark Cronick from Brazelton, Georgia. Eighth, 121, Tori DeMeyer from Modesto, California. Ninth, 132, Dawson Lee Del Porto, Oakley, California. Program placings for Class 22 on the Junior Angus, 8, 5, 6, 2, 7, 4, 9, 1, 3. First and seconds in the ring for the late Junior Yearling Heifer Division Championship from Classes 21 and 22. Over on the Hereford side, your last division championship. Your pole champion senior heifer calf was 923. Junior Money Tree, 863 ET, Moanne Graves, Chillicothe, Missouri. And the reserve was 920. Class 775, that's Nan, Maddie O'Leary of Weatherford, Texas.
Really nice set of class winners that we brought out. Strong division, maybe not as big in terms of their numbers and size of classes and numbers that we had in this division, but sure a high-quality set. There's some things we'd like to change about both of them, and I'm the first one to admit in terms of their shoulder, maybe being a little bolder there, but if you study them there on back, they're good-bodied, they're deep-sided cattle. They're ones that got that extra substance and power when you step behind them. I think it's close. You could do a lot of different things out here. I think maybe one just gives you a nickel more look from a profile view. I think there's one that came out of a very competitive class that kind of sticks out in my mind. With that said, put your hands together for a nice set of class as well as seconds. We'll find you a champion in reserve.
Late junior yearling heifer champion for the Junior Angus comes out of class 22. That's 135. Lazy JB Sarah's Dream. Sage Martin, Hereford, Texas. That'll move 126 in a contention for reserve. Reserve late junior yearling heifer comes out of the same class year champion, 126, SCC, SCH Phyllis, 836, Delaney Jones, Harrod, Ohio. Up next, class 23, coming to the ring, born February 4th through February 26, 2018. Over on the Hereford side, in your programs on page 17, Class 778 is a scratch. This is Class 779 in the ring, pulled early summer yearlings, and also your intermediate female division championship with our judge, Graham Blaug from Spring Hill, Kansas. Do have a phone that was turned into the announcer's stand. If you've got a phone that you're missing and you can describe it and, of course, unlock it, you can come get it. I can't tell you any more than that. It's locked. So if you're missing your cell phone, it's been turned in at the announcer's stand. Once again, on the Angus side, make sure you join them tomorrow evening at the Ranchers Rendezvous, hosted by Spruce Mountain Ranch. An exciting evening benefiting the Angus Foundation with both live and online auctions. No ticket is required, and transportation is provided from the National Western to the ranch in Larkspur, just south of Denver. If you have questions, stop by the Angus Foundation booth on the hill. And new this year, the National Western Angus Bull Sale will take place tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 right here on the hill in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Sale bulls will be paraded at 11:30 and on display at 12:30 before the sale. Pick up your sale catalog and visit the American Angus Association's regional managers if you have any questions.
Well, very high-quality pair of females on the front end of this class, and they'll be your division and reserve division winners. And the young ladies heifer that leads off to be the division champion is one that on the standstill you have to really appreciate the silhouette she offers and just how attractive she is up to that front 1/3. She's big-footed, she's stout-boned, she gets around the ring with plenty of flexibility and comfort. We talked about maybe this female is pushing a little the extreme on condition, but I still think that she's plenty acceptable in terms of the way that she balances and how much eye appeal and quality she offers. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, ultra attractive through that front 1/3. She's a big hip, stout bone, bold-bodied kind of a female. She gets maybe just a shot on the moderate side and wants to run downhill just a pinch, but that's an awfully good pair of females to be your division and reserve division females. Congratulations to both of those young ladies. The heifer in third, here's a great cow prospect that's tremendous in her rib design. She's sound-footed, and what sorts her third and fourth is simply the fact that she's more genuine in her condition. She's the fresher female, I think one that you really have to appreciate just in terms of her balance and her eye appeal. Maybe compared to the two that precede, give up just some of the extra extension from that shoulder forward. She wants to get up just ever so slightly in the center portion of her spine. That's a high-quality brood cow prospect. Heifer that comes next, highly presented, big-footed, stout-boned, to me just gets a little more terminal in terms of her look up to that front 1/3 and the way that her neck starts to get a little crestier there and the way she transitions from her shoulder back. But here's one that's very highly presented and one that you really have to appreciate, just the body depth that she does offer and the balance from her shoulder back. Just need to lean her down from a condition standpoint. Heifer that comes next, here's one that's sensible in her frame size. She's fresh in her condition and she's good in her rib design. To me, she just gives up too much in terms of body mass and density today. We just need to give her a shot more dimension when we get in behind behind her, and she starts to move up as well. It's still her structural advantages that sort her over the remaining heifer. The female that closes the class is high-performing. She's long and extended. She just gives up too much balance and eye appeal compared to the females that precede her. An excellent set of females with a really nice pair of division champion in reserve. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
There's results on class number 779, polled early summer yearling and your intermediate female division champion. First place in champion, 941, Delhawk Claudia. Lindsay, Elizabeth, and Maverick Pugh, Louisville, Ohio. Second and reserve, 939, Colt Miss Diana, Carly Coulterman, Garland, Nebraska. Third, 946, Blake Breeding, Miami, Texas. Fourth, 945, Lily Jensen, Waupaca, Wisconsin. Fifth, 943, Gabrielle and Nicholas Torrance, Media, Illinois. Sixth, 944, Jason Diaz, Fort Morgan, Colorado. Program placings starting at the bottom of page 17, 2, top of the next page, 1, 5, 6, 4, and 3. Once again, the intermediate female champion, 941, and a reserve, 939. In the ring next, class 780, polled spring yearling females born March 3rd through April 22nd, 2018. This single class within the division, so we'll have our division championship as well. This will be the polled champion spring yearling female, Judge Graham Black from Spring Hill, Kansas.
really competitive pair of Angus heifers. And if you're along ringside and you breed cattle and you raise cattle, it doesn't get much better than these two. I think we could all go around the ring and take a vote, and I think we'd probably be 50-50 in terms of what we prefer or what we'd like to take home. Young lady heifer that starts, she starts just in terms of her midrib forward. I think she is better assembled there. I think that shoulder lays into her nicer. I think she's wider through her sternum. She's really good in her foreb and heart. And then when you get off the side of her, I think I'm just getting nitpicky on cattle. She's stronger in terms of her loin edge. I think there's a little more true width, a genuine width of base working within that one. If someone wants to say, Amanda, every once in a while that left hind leg maybe doesn't want to coordinate as well as we'd like, that's getting critical of a good one that has that much power and that much look and being that fresh and that youthful. That's just good female that gets you excited when you get to evaluate her. The one in second is good. And guys, the one in second, I want this young man to be extremely proud of what he brought to the table, because she is extremely sound and neat from the profile. I love her center body. I love her sweep to her midrib, and then her hip and hind leg is almost ideal. I guess for me is when you step in and study her, maybe a little weak there in her loin edge and not as strong and powerful compared to the class winner. And then when you watch her go, maybe she wants to bring them knees in ever so slightly. But that's a good one. I don't know why I'm sitting here picking on two of them that are extremely high quality, because those two are fun to evaluate. The one in third, I like this one just in terms of her foot size, her bone work. She's one that gives you a neat look from a profile view. And then you step behind her, there's some width of base. She just got in a tough class, very competitive class, but that's a high-quality female. I think she's true in terms of her width and power. After it comes next is maybe got a little more body than the one that's in third, and I do see that. I think there's a touch more midrib. She's deeper sided, and you could already see she's starting to push back there in that other. Maybe her hip don't lay into her as nice. You see that tailhead doesn't want to, kind of balance up as well as we need to do, and that shoulder wants to push forward. But a really stout, powerful one there in the fourth hole. Next one's kind of similar to what we visited about. Big-bodied and deep-sided and neat, functional cattle. Just maybe doesn't move as well as we'd like. Gets a little upright in that shoulder. That knee kind of knocks forward. Like to see her go just a little bit better. After it comes here and next, she's one that caught my eye at the beginning just because how sound she is. She's very true to the ground. She's very genuine in terms of her structure. I love that one from her midrib back. Her length and her hip and hind leg coordination maybe runs downhill a little bit, maybe not as square and powerful behind that blade of those ones that are behind above her, but that's a good female. I just like her so well at the ground in terms of her structure. You should be proud to own that one. She's just in a tough class. Bigger framed, longer sided one that is big topped and big ended, maybe pushing that chest up a little more and kind of throws her balance in terms of that rear flank that we'd like to see, but a stout featured one, really long in terms of her side. The next three, I don't want to beat up on these cattle that are at the end of the class, because this class was so competitive. Young people, you got good cattle. They're sound structured. They got that extra look. They're deep sided. They just get out power today and maybe get a little plainer through that head and jaw is what we've seen in earlier today. But nice set of cattle from top to bottom. Very, very competitive there on the top end.
Here's results on Class 23 on the Junior Angus Show. First place, 85, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, on the top of the next page here, 87, Jace Matthew Stagemeyer from Page, Nebraska. In third, 71, Chesney Steenhook from Prairie City, Iowa. Fourth, 80, Chesney Steenhook from Prairie City, Iowa. Fifth, 86, Delaney Heath, Cooksville, Maryland. Sixth, 76, Lindsay Mogg, Sumner, Michigan. Seventh, 72, Rowdy Van Zee, Sioux Center, Iowa. Eighth, 84, Grant Solom from Los Alamos, California. Ninth, 75, Cale Allen Jensen, Plainfield, Iowa. 10th, 79, Haley Lynn Bear, Culver, Oregon. And your programs of placings for Class 23 are as follows: 3, 7, scratch. 9, 6, 10. 4, 8, 1, 5, 2. In the ring next, Class 24 to round out this division. So after that will be our division championship, Class 24. Birth dates January 11th through January 30th, 2018.
Well, folks, if this set of cattle out here in the ring isn't something to be proud of as a Hereford breed, I don't know what is. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. I haven't made my mind up yet between these top two, but I'll tell you what, folks, I'd be proud to own any one of these heifers, and there's slight differences all the way down the line that wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch them all the way around, but today, here's how I see them. Just to briefly talk about these two heifers individually before we decide which one will be your division champion. The young man's heifer up front, ultra refined and feminine about that head and neck. I love that about her. I love the turn that she offers for that rib design, and I love how neat she is still in her chest. If we could change this female, I'd like to just lay her back ever so slightly in the angle of that shoulder, set her back even further in that knee. This is a female that you really have to appreciate the freshness that she offers at this stage of the game. I think a female that when we get her in motion, she gets around the ring plenty well. If we could just give her a shot more reach out of that front skeleton, but an awfully high-quality female for that young man. The heifer that the young lady showing here, tremendous in terms of her build. When this heifer's on the move, there's no touching her because she just floats. I love her in her top line. I love this female when she goes on the standstill. Maybe doesn't collect herself quite as well as the female up in front, but on the move, there's no denying that this female can flat motor. I love the way she reaches. I love the way she flexes out of that hock. Her rib cage, her dimension. She does have a little bit of chest up front, and she's pushing that forward. But, folks, I don't want to penalize one for being easy keeping. She'll be your division champion. Young man will be reserved. Congratulations. We bring around the heifer that's in third here, and folks, this one's extremely high quality. I love the neck. I love the extension. I love the freshness in this female. What sorts her third for me is she just doesn't want to go out of that rear skeleton like either one of the heifers ahead of her today, and I know these cattle have been on concrete. She gets a little off from hooks to pins, relatively speaking. She's fresh. She's attractive, and I love that about her. Extremely high-quality female that young lady should be proud of. The heifer that comes next, bold-bodied, great in terms of her feet and legs. To me, this heifer just is past her, past her prime a bit from a condition standpoint. She just looks a shot staler down through the lower portion of her body. I'd like to maybe refine her up just ever so slightly in her teat placement, and once again, being awfully critical of a high-quality individual. The heifer that goes next, a high-performing female with plenty of length and extension. She, too, just gives up too much in terms of freshness compared to the females that precede her. Like to have her go with a shot more attractive set to her hip and her hind leg. And finally, the heifer that closes the class, powerful, stout, and robust. She's just too open up at the base of her shoulder and far along in her condition for me. Excellent set of females with a dynamic pair on top.
Up next on the Hereford side will be Class 781 polled junior yearling females, and also a division championship. Tell you more about that in just a moment. Here's the results on Class 780 polled spring yearling females. First place and champion for that division, 954, Ansley, Veda, Anna, Hans, Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Second place in reserve, 952, Magnolia, Mason Allen, Schulenburg, Texas. In third, 957, Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Fourth, 948, Sloan Curtin, Oxford, Iowa. Fifth is 956, Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Sixth is a ride-in your programs. It's 980, Ashlyn Hickey from Logan, Illinois. Once again, coming to the ring at this time will be Class 781 polled junior yearling females. And our final division in front of our grand champion drive, polled champion junior yearling female for the division. Judge once again, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas.
Really neat heifer that starts the class. One of the more moderate framed heifers we've probably seen in so far towards its age, but that's okay. I think that one's stout, that one's bold. I love that one in terms of when you get behind her and study her true width and power between them pin bones. You know, that's going to be fun to get her to come back and really compete with them other ones, because I think that's a high quality female. Nothing to take away from the heifer that comes in second. She has the extra length and the extra extension compared to the class winner, and I do see that. Maybe not as genuinely wide as the class winner is, but I think one that's just super cowy, super powerful. You can start to see she's starting to push that udder, but just a really extended female. That's a nice, just a cow prospect for the young man. Everything comes next, really moderate, and I'm the first to admit, standing there, I like this female. I think she brings a lot to the table in terms of her boldness, in terms of how strong that top line is and how wide she is. I guess what gets her beat today is her rear two. She just gets too straight in that hawk. I'd like to see her go just a nickel better, and that's probably where this one does have the advantage. This one does flex just a little nicer when you set her in motion. She just gets a little open to the top part of her blade, a little tight there behind that shoulder. I'd like to see her a little better where that shoulder lays into her, but sure, a big, stout, powerful one. A female that comes next, I love the center body, and I love the extra depth that this one has. One that you appreciate all those things, but a little coarser off both ends. I think that one gets a little upright, and that one's blade, and that shoulder just doesn't want to lay into her as nice as we need, but a nice, stout one. Young lady brought a nice heifer, and I love the condition. She's just youthful, and what you see is what you get. She's not overly pushed or fat. She's just a nice, feminine featured female, but when you start to compare to those ones above her, she just gets outpowered today, but a nice heifer. And the heifer that rounds out the class, sound-footed and feminine featured, just outpowered, just too flat for me. Gets really base narrow when you step behind her. Nice competitive class from top to bottom.
Catch up on results here on the Junior Angus Class 24. First place, 90. Sutter Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Second, 94. Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Third, 95. Kinsley Amanda Grace Crow, Eaton, Ohio. Fourth, 91. Trista Bates, Manhattan, Montana. Fifth, 92. Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Sixth, 99. Kaylin Kaiser, Proctor, Texas. Seventh, 98. Morgan Leah Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Program placings for 24, Class 24 Angus, 1, 4, 5, 2, 3, 7, 6. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 23 and 24. This will be your early yearling heifer division championship with our judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Real quick over on the Hereford side, that last class and division, Class 780, first place and champion for the division. Already went through those, I guess. Ansley, Veda, Anna, Hans, Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Reserve was Mason Allen, Schulenburg, Texas.
Earlier this morning, I said them calf divisions were tough. And there's some things that I could have probably changed and resorted if you really wanted to, but I just think the quality of the show has been spectacular, and that just says to something with all the guys behind the scene. I think you guys are getting these cattle stouter. I think you guys are getting more bone and foot underneath them, and then when you study them, they're still good looking, and they're still maternal for what the Angus breed is known for. So this is unique, and this is neat. When you get four heifers this intriguing in a class or in a division, it kind of just wants you to sit here and just study them because they're so high in terms of their quality. There's some gives and takes, I think, and that's with anything. Some people might like one better than the other, and I guess that's part of just showing cows and personal preference. But I think all four of these are extremely high quality. and you exhibitors should be very, very proud to own them and be grateful to be owning this high quality caliber of cattle. With that said, I'm not going to say much. We're going to see these come back. I think it's close. I think you could do a lot of different things. But me, I think there's one and two that kind of just fit me. I think they're close in my mind. So please put your hands together for a great, strong division, great cattle that we see out here today.
Champion early yearling heifer is 85 out of class 23. That is Seldom Rest Bordeaux, 80-21. Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. That'll move the second place finisher in that class, 87, into consideration for reserve. And the reserve early yearling heifer champion comes from that same class as your champion. That is number 87, Nord's Lucy, 80-22. Jace Matthews Stagemeyer from Page, Nebraska. Up next on the Angus side, class 25, 2 entries. This will also be your senior heifer division championship. After that, grand champion and reserve grand champion female selection. Once again, don't forget, for those of you here for the Angus show, Knoll Crest Farms and the Bennett family from the Red House, Virginia, have donated a pick from 3 full sister flush heifer calves as a 2020 Angus Foundation heifer package. The successful bidder will get to choose one heifer at weaning from an elite mating of Thomas Patricia 9705 to KCF Bennett Consent Y75. This exciting heifer package will benefit the Angus Foundation, and they lead off the National Western Angus Bull Sale tomorrow at 1:15 in the afternoon. Don't forget the Denim and Diamond Sale will be held today at 5 p.m. in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. You'll be able to view the cattle on display beginning at 3 o'clock this afternoon outside the auction arena.
Two really nice pairs that come out here in this class as well as the division. They're very, very different in terms of their type and their kind. I don't think he wants to be a show cow yet. as we visited about both of them, and then we'll tell you how we prefer them at the end. The heifer out here in front, so fresh, so youthful, so neat-headed and necked, and good jawline. I just love her lines and the way that one balances up, and you can tell she's put a lot of her energy into raising a nice little bull calf on the side of her. I guess for me, when you get underneath her and start to look at her udder development and kind of where that attaches and her teats, I'd just like to change everything that goes on down there, make her a touch better there. But when you get off the side of her, there's too much quality in that female to not look at her. I just think that one's awfully neat to be that sound and that well balanced. And the heifer that comes next, stout and powerful, one that you appreciate the foot and the bone work and just so square and bold all the way through. Maybe a little coarser shouldered, maybe not as feminine featured as the one that's above them. So, you guys make your preference along ringside. For me, the young lady out here in front's going to be champion in this division, and then we'll come grab you for reserve. Congratulations.
Result on Class 25 in your Senior Heifer Division Championship. First place in Champion 66, XR Frontier Gal 2057, Alexis Coling, Curryville, Missouri. Second in the class and reserve champion 381, Rockin' S. Sarah's Dream, Laney Marie Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. All the champion reserves from each division will be back in the ring. This will be your grand champion female selection for the Junior Angus Show. As we get set for that grand champion lineup to come in, I'd like to thank Miss American Angus, Eva Hendrickson, Oklahoma State University, majoring in animal science, for being with us today, and also Miss Iowa Angus, Allie Bieber of Waukon, Iowa, a junior at Waukon High School. Thank you for your help at the ring. I also want to thank members of the National Junior Angus Board of Directors, Grady Dickerson, the Leadership Director, junior at Fort Hays State University, majoring in Biology, Secondary Education, Kelsey Varaska, Director, Oklahoma State University, sophomore, majoring in Ag Communications and Ag Business, dual major, Daniel Rohrbaugh, Director, sophomore, Kansas State University, majoring in Ag Business and minor in Animal Science, Dylan Denny, Director, Foundation, sophomore, Oklahoma State University, majoring in Ag Business.
Well, once again, folks, hats off to the exhibitors and the breeders behind such a sensational set of cattle. The young lady's heifer that'll be your division champion and class winner here is simply overwhelming in terms of her center body mass and dimension. When we get this girl in motion, she goes with comfort and flex for that much mass and dimension and body density. I think a female you just really have to appreciate. On the stand still, when this young lady gets her heifer pulled together, gives us a very well-balanced look of quality and presence, and I just absolutely love the body mass that she offers. The heifer in second, here's one that's great in terms of her rib design and rib cage, much like our class winner. The slight differences are she maybe wants to push just a shot further ahead in our breastplate, just gets a little more chest, and I'd like to just set her tail head down a nickel, but I know she's getting heavy in calf by looking at her, and this is a female that I think has a world of quality. Heifer in third, tremendous female in her own right. I think a female you really have to appreciate just the overall dimension she does offer as well. Maybe one that just doesn't use the in her pastern quite as good as the two ahead of her. Every once in a while we'll catch her just rolling once in a while out of that front 1/3. But folks, this is an extremely high quality female in third as well. I just wish we could just have her go just a notch better there in her front pastern. Congratulations to the top three heifers there on exceptional females. The heifer that comes next, extra stout and powerful and dimensional. I love the pin width. You get in behind this female compared to the heifers ahead of her, just gets a shot coarser there at the base of her shoulder, just gets a shot coarser there in her hock comparatively, but that's a female that's got a world of potential for that young lady when she gets her into production. The heifer that comes next, here's one that's refined and feminine up to that front 1/3. I really appreciate just the angle that she offers in terms of her shoulder. To me, a heifer that you get in behind her, just not as much dimension and power. She gets a little tighter in her forerib comparatively to the females that go ahead of her. The heifer that comes next, I love the power and the stoutness. She's wanting to get a little sore out of her front skeleton comparatively to the heifers ahead of her, but that's one that's got a world of power and dimension as well. Heifer that comes next, really genuine in her condition. She too just gets a little upright in her shoulder, wants to knuckle in her pastern as she goes. A quality female as well. The heifer that comes next, good in her condition. She too just gets a little harsher in her rib design compared to the females ahead of her. And finally, the female that closes the class just gives up the balance and structural integrity of the females ahead. An exceptional set of females. Congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors.
Once again on the Angus side, as we get set for our grand champion lineup, our judge Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Amanda's a graduate from Oregon State University. She and her two sisters grew up showing Angus cattle and steers and competed on the national level. Amanda now is at home with her husband. They own and operate a custom farming business. She also helps with the family farm and the purebred Angus cattle operation. Our judge once again for this grand champion junior Angus show, Amanda Schnorr from Chowchilla, California. Back over on the Hereford side, that last class and division, class 781, first place, and your champion for the junior yearling female for the polled Hereford in 964, Emily Jenkins, Crandall, Texas, with Madeline. Second in the class and reserve champion, 967, Rajan. Macy and Cooper Curry, Ogama, Oklahoma. Third, 965, Kinley Daly, Kingston, Oklahoma. Fourth, 975, Fallon and Gunnar Gore, Madras, Oregon. Fifth, 976, Ali Schrammel from Orlando, Oklahoma. Sixth, 972, Piper and Cruz Collier, Brno, Idaho. Seventh, 969, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs, Gordon, Nebraska. Eighth, 961, Caden Wilson, Creston, Iowa. Ninth, 974, Tava Gustafson from Junction City, Kansas. Program placings for 781 on page 19 are as follows. 8, 1 in champion. 3, 2 in reserve. 7, 6. Top of the next page, 9, 4, 5. Coming back in the ring will be all the champion and reserve champions from each of our divisions for the polled Hereford champion female selection. Our judge on that side, once again, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Born and raised in Northern California, attended Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma, where he was a member of the a member of the livestock judging team while there. That saw great success throughout the year and was named to the All-American team. He then attended Texas A&M University, where he was a member of the 2012 judging team. He was high individual overall at the North American International Livestock Exposition in Louisville, Kentucky. Graham graduated from Texas A&M with a bachelor's degree in animal science before going into work for a purebred seed stock marketing company. In January of 2017, Graham started his own seed stock marketing business, Innovation Ag Marketing LLC, a progressive consultation and marketing firm that represents a variety of different breeds and breeders across the nation. In addition to that, Graham serves as a marketing representative and consultant for several purebred operations in the United States and Canada. Graham and his wife Casey live in Spring Hill, Kansas, as I mentioned, which is just south of Kansas City, where his wife Casey works for Merck Animal Health as a swine marketing manager. Graham and his family continue to raise and market purebred Hereford cattle in both California and Kansas. Our judge, Graham Blagg from Spring Hill, Kansas. Well, I've got just a moment here. I want to recognize our National Hereford Queen, Melanie Official of North Carolina. I'd also like to thank our members of the Board of Directors for the National Junior Hereford Association that are here helping us in the ring. Taylor Bell Metheny from Kentucky, Montana Lawrence from Minnesota, Bailey Morrill from California, Noah Benedict from Illinois, Brent Downing of Oregon, and Brooklyn Adam of Missouri. Thank you for your help in the ring.
as these heifers pull around and get parked and pulled together, just a few comments that I'd like to say about being able to do this. First of all, thank you to the National Western. When they gave me the call to come do a few shows here, it was pretty humbling for me. The hospitality that they do, the people behind the scenes, they just do a first-class event, and I've enjoyed the last 5 days that I've been here. Just a really neat event that they put on for these young people as well as us open show exhibitors. Second, when the American Angus Association gave me the opportunity to judge this, I was very humbled because normally I'm along ringside like all of you, making my comments about people sorting it, and if I agree or disagree, cheering on if I have a family member out here. And so when the Angus Association said, "Hey, Amanda, we would really like you to judge the Angus show," it really touched home. I told myself I wasn't going to do this. I grew up in this breed. And I think sometimes with all the roller coasters of this breed, and we know we ride the heck out of those roller coasters, we call ourselves the business breed. But to me and my family, this should be called the family breed. Because every single one of you along ringside have impacted my family in some certain way. And I couldn't thank you enough for all you breeders, you exhibitors, and everything that you did for my family. Some of you guys are probably thinking, she's crazy, she's getting emotional, but we have been at the bottom of the class in this breed, and we have been in the top of the class. And I'd have to say, more time than once, we were at the bottom. But the one thing that this breed did for us is they still wanted us to be a part of it. They still wanted us to be involved. And I can't thank you. And so for you guys, for me to stand in front of every single mentor that we have done business with and bought cattle and been able to sort them is truly, truly humbling. So thank you again to the American Angus Association. I couldn't tell you how proud I am to do this and how proud I am to just see the quality of cattle that you have out here to represent the breed. Last but not least, I have my parents here, my grandma, my sister's working somewhere. She's around here, as well as my husband. They're my team. They're probably going to be my hardest critics. They'll probably say, "Amanda, why didn't you pull yourself together?" But I thank you. Thank you, parents, for letting me be a part of this breed. There's a lot of rumors in the back saying, what is the judge going to do? What does she prefer? And you could go along with those rumors, but hopefully you know I just came out here and did the most genuine, honest job that I could and just pick cattle that I would prefer to take home. And if you look at these divisions and you look at these reserve divisions, they are good cattle. There's a lot of good cattle that go back to the stalls, and I'm sorry for that, but don't give up, because I was in your shoes a lot, and then we'd come around during the summertime and whoop all their butts. So keep at it, keep competitive, juniors. Enjoy this. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy this breed. Even with its ups and downs, just enjoy the people that are standing along ringside, because they will impact your life just as much as they did for my family. With that said, I'm not going to say much about the cattle. There's 2 or 3 in here that I absolutely think that are very good, that are competitive. Thank you again to the Angus Association. With that said, put your hands together for all the junior exhibitors. We'll find you a champion reserve.
Well, folks on the Hereford side, as we get ready to pick your champion polled heifer, congratulations to the Angus exhibitors on the other side. Folks on the Hereford side, this set of polled Hereford Division champion and reserves are absolutely breathtaking in terms of their phenotype, their structural integrity, their design. Absolutely flawless, and my compliments and my hats off to each and every one of you as exhibitors and breeders. This is a set of cattle that you should be very, very proud of. From top to bottom in every class, there was cattle that have use and utility, and there's no question will make an impact on the breed. When Bailey gave me a shout to ask me if I'd be willing to judge the Junior Hereford Show, I was touched as well, and there's no question that I was humbled to have this opportunity. I don't get very many nights at home, especially in the fall and the spring, so I appreciate my wife and my family and my mom and my dad